to others and what you've done in prison, but tell us, why are you in jail? What did you do?
I am incarcerated for the second-degree murder of my wife at our deer camp in Jackson Parish. We went to retrieve a brush cutter at our camp, and I was convicted of her murder at our deer camp on the night of September the 11th, 1991.
All right, thank you, sir. Warden Benoit, is there anything you can add or tell us about Mr. MCLEMORE?
Yes, ma'am. Gary, he's done 32 years. He's a Class A trustee assigned to the tool shed at Camp F. He's worked there for a long time. He's only had one DB report in his 32 years. That's an outstanding disciplinary record. He's no problem. He's about every day is about the demeanor you see him here today.
Good deal. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll hear from the folks who have indicated they want to speak, and they're here with us today. And I will let the three of you decide who wants to go first. And just introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Robin Horton. I am the missions minister at the Simple Church in Bossier City. And I'm here today not just because of my role as a pastor and getting to know Jerry's daughters and Jerry, but I'm really here as my role as a mother to speak in support of Jerry. About 8 years ago, my now 18-year-old son, Jackson Horton, who is joining us on Zoom, met Jerry when we went to the Angola rodeo. Jack and Jerry hit it off, and a mentorship formed that at that time we did not know how much our son would need. Jack wanted to be here today to speak for himself. He's a senior at Airline High School, and he has a baseball game tonight. So he had to stay home. But Jerry has been a gift to our family and our son. Jerry's letters, these are just a few of them over the years, pages and pages of handwritten letters, have been a lifeline of encouragement, spiritual guidance, humor, and life lessons. In my role as a minister when counseling other parents that are struggling with teenagers, I've always said that every student needs another adult in their life speaking into them. And I just didn't know that adult in our son's life would be speaking to him from behind prison walls. These letters here, they are so full of wisdom. When our son was struggling with different issues, he wrote Jerry about it. He felt safe to share how he was really feeling with him. Jerry has spent hours handwriting letters to him, letters full of life-giving words along with critical life instruction, reminding him that our circumstances don't define us. What other people think about us, that doesn't define us. Our relationship with Jesus is what defines it. He has shared the very real realities of living in Angola for over 30 years, and yet in this next sentence, consistently shares the blessings as well. His reminder to a maturing teenage boy has always been, God has a plan for your life and you can trust it. When Jack wasn't sure he could trust anyone, he told Jerry, and Jerry responded with the spiritual depth of a pastor and a grandfather. Jerry explained what trust looks like, even when so many people he trusted betrayed him on his conviction. He told Jack how he found forgiveness and how he learned to trust again. His words are full of the hope of the Lord and always pointing Jack back to his relationship with Jesus. Jerry gave my son hope and freedom, even when Jerry's freedom was so limited. Jerry is a gift. He's a gift to us, to our son, and to so many in Angola. In my experience in the church and in the community in Shreveport-Bossier for the last 30 years, there are not enough Jerrys out there. Jerry has so much to offer so many others. His wisdom, his experience could benefit so many other young men like my son who may be struggling with choices. Allowing Jerry the chance to return to his family will be a gift with lasting benefits. And today, you guys can be the ones giving the gift. You'll be giving it to my son, to Jerry's daughters, to his grandchildren, and to people he hasn't even met yet. Don't let his light just shine in Angola. His light, his joy, his faith can make a huge impact on our state and local communities. And it's my prayerful recommendation that you would grant Jerry mercy, grace and allow him to use his influence to do good, just like he was told when he first got there, to do good for the people of our Louisiana. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Jerry Ann Blankenship. I'm the daughter of Jerry McLemore and the daughter of the victim and McLemore. But as I stand here before you today, there were so many feelings that washed over me and so many emotions that it is hard to articulate. I was brought back to a moment as a timid, frightened 13-year-old girl having to take a witness stand at my father's murder trial, only to be asked leading questions and never feeling like I had a voice to be heard in the matter. But I am no longer that frightened girl. I am approaching you all in confidence and boldness to share why we fully and faithfully believe our dad deserves to receive his pardon. You are all going to hear words both of support and opposition, but I want you to ask you to please lean into the words that we're saying in support. The words of support from people that you have received both through letters, through our words, and through the faces on the screen, or who have done life with him the past almost 34 years. They know him, they see his integrity, we see his character and work ethic. We've all witnessed him parenting us the best way he can. They've seen his love in action, his thoughtfulness, his prayers, his desire to serve his Lord, and his desire to help change lives and prevent young men from ending up in this place. I would love the chance to do life with my father again. He has continually stayed involved in our lives the best he could. He prays with us, he leads us, and I am a proud daughter to him. So I pray the words of support that have come across to you will show the man of his character and that they will outweigh the one moment 34 years ago. I know confidently that my dad has already received his pardon of grace and mercy from our Lord, and he will live in that and he will bask in the glory of the Lord one day. But the Lord has given my sister and I a verse that we've clung to, Psalms 27, 13, and 14. I will remain confident in this. I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart and wait for the Lord. We have been waiting. He has the opportunity to receive his pardon by man here today, which will ultimately allow him to walk out of the gates of Angola that have been his home for almost 34 years, 32. We can question sometimes what a lifetime sentence really is and how do you put a number on that? But he has missed our adolescent, teen, younger adult years, births of our children, our weddings. So to me and my sister, that has been our lifetime. That has felt like a lifetime to us. But he has a chance now to step into seeing his grandchildren graduate high school, get married, start families. That does not include buses with bars, JPay emails, and timed phone calls that only go one way. He has the opportunity to embody family, to embrace friendships, to be a part of our community and our church party and in our home. He is welcome in our home to come stay with us. I plead with you today that you give him that second chance, that opportunity to live that redeemed and restored life and bring his message to the younger men who are starting to walk down the paths that lead to destruction and death, so that he can introduce a new life and a new legacy to change generations to come. So this is the moment and the exact reason pardons are part of our judicial system to offer those second chances. Thank you. I am Mindy Lancaster. I am the eldest daughter of Jerry McLemore and Ann McLemore. We thank you for the opportunity to stand here today to speak on our father's behalf. And we are asking you to look beyond the charge of second-degree murder that happened almost 34 years ago, but look at what has taken place since that moment. My sister and I have maintained a very close relationship with our mother's family, all the while navigating the waters of forgiveness and freedom to love our dad. We have been peacemakers and peacekeepers. We have lived our lives not in spite of that fractured moment, but because of it. We can't bring our mom back, and we choose not to live in the what ifs or the why me's. We want to live forward in hope, the hope of restoration, the hope that forgiveness brings, and the freedom that it offers. You see, that man that entered those gates in 1992 is not the man who sits in that seat today. He was a man of self-righteousness, arrogance, and pride. That man deserves to be in prison. That man needed to be in prison. But the space and the separation through the incarceration has allowed that old Jerry to become the man, the dad, the grandfather, and the great-grandfather he is today. And he is a follower of Jesus. He is a man who over these decades has been trusted and entrusted with titles, responsibilities, and well-being of others. He has been in charge of inmate organizations such as Unity Club at Camp J, and because of his character and integrity serving in that club, he was elevated to president. He has earned respect, not just from inmates and from staff, and that is listed in those letters that you have. Through those years in service at Butler Park, many additions were added, including a huge addition to the inmate hobby shop, so more offenders could do something constructive. He has learned, he has studied, he has attended Bible college, he has served as a minister, a mentor, and a teacher. He even served at the Dog Pen C.C. Dixon training facility, taking care of highly trained canines at Angola. Our dad is also a skilled and accomplished acrylic oil artist. He is now a skilled taxidermist at Angola, residing at Camp F, which is what can sustain him outside those walls. He is welcome, he is invited to come live with me and for us to help do life with him. We have had 5 generations of our family come through those front gates at Angola, experience pat downs, body scans, drug sniffing dogs, bumpy bus rides with barred windows, walking behind barbed fences, then finally sitting at a table with Jerry, 318-625, son, dad, and our Paul Mac. We want our dad home. It's been long enough for us. He missed all those things in our life, and we know that those actions deserve what he got. But what we are here today is to ask that this be lifted for him to come home because he has a family, victims who are welcoming him into our home to do life with him. We want him there. He missed all those things. We want him to be at our kids' graduations, Army graduations, their weddings, and not just photos from offenders and phone calls that last 10 minutes, but we are asking for his presence outside. We have a nonprofit that ministers to the incarcerated, giving hope, and his name is Jesus. And we are soon headed into the juvenile detention centers. And we want nothing more than our Father to be hand in hand with us, sharing this life-changing, generational shaking, love empowered by his testimony and life that has been lived there and hopefully lived outside with us. We can and will be, he can and will be, a productive member of society while speaking life and helping young adults to keep them from making those choices for life behind bars. Because a changed life changes legacies, just like the ripple effect of our mother's murder allowed him the opportunity of a second chance ripple for good and for redemption. Genesis 50:20 says, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, now we'll hear from the opposition. Could we hear from Miss Vicki Coulter, please? I think you're still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Vicki Coulter. I am Elizabeth Ann Wilder McLemore's youngest sister. Ann was murdered in 1991, and the following year, Jerry McLemore was convicted of that murder. When you lose someone by someone else's hand, it just seems to resonate differently than when you lose them to a medical condition. Life as you know it is forever altered. Trust that you once freely given no longer exist, and you tend to look for the boogeyman wherever you go. or at least that's what somewhat happened for me. Ann's death changed the dynamics of our immediate and extended family in a lot of ways. The emotional, physical, mental, spiritual toll it took on some of us shattered our lives beyond comprehension. Her death also divided households, caused unrest within the community. I watched as my mother and father grieved the child that had made them parents, knowing there was nothing I could do to ease their pain. Her absence, during holidays and special occasions would sometimes overshadow what should have been a joyous occasion. Throughout the years, I've often wondered what Ann would look like, what she would have done during certain situations, or how much joy she would have obtained watching her daughters grow up and become mothers and grandmothers. It's been a little over 33 years since her death. I've maintained a good relationship with her daughters, who were 15 and 12 at the time of the murder. Jerry McLemore's also got to watch them grow up, communicates with them frequently. He's met husbands, grandchildren, a great-grandchild. He even got to attend and participate in both of his parents' funerals in Ouachita Parish. I say all that as a reminder, these are things Ann did not and will not ever get to do. She wasn't here when we buried our brother, our father, nor will she be here when we bury our mother. Jerry was convicted of Ann's murder and sentenced to a life without probation, parole, or pardon. He has never, to our knowledge, ever accepted responsibility for his actions, nor has he reached out to any of us to ask for forgiveness and explain why he felt like Ann had to die. Forgiveness through God our Heavenly Father is one thing, but forgetting is another. Should he be released, then his sentence transfers to myself and the rest of the family. We'll forever feel like we need to look over our shoulder to make sure that we don't run into him anywhere. Or, as my 86-year-old mother put it, be afraid to open our door and see him standing on the other side. I feel that Jerry should remain in prison and serve out the full term of his life sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Miss Nancy Trapp.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Wilder Trapp. I am a sibling of the murder victim, Elizabeth Ann Wilder McLemore. By definition, I would be considered her Irish twin. I was born 10 months and 29 days after her. Other than her best friends and her best buddy sibling, Vicki Wilder Coulter, I might have known her better than most others. Even in her personal unhappiness before her death, she was committed to a strained, two-parent household for the sake of Mindy and Jerry Ann. It distresses me to know that some of the advocates of the release process were not even born when Ann died, nor did some of the people advocating his release even know Ann as a person or ever know Ann and Jerry as a couple. The justice system spoke through a competent investigation, through a fair trial, and an impartial jury. This release would sever the already fragile relationships within Ann's family and devastate our community. I believe Jerry McLemore should serve the sentence he was given to the end of his natural life and continue the ministry he's involved in without benefit of release. Thank you for hearing my statement.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you both. We have also joining us is Beth Whittington.
Thank you. I'm speaking in opposition to any change in the sentence of Jerry McLemore. It was the intent of the sentencing judge for McLemore to remain incarcerated, as the sentence was life in prison without benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. At the time of the crime, I was a criminal investigator for the Ouachita Parish Sheriff's Office in Monroe. I'm very familiar with the details of the case. I assisted Nelson Spillers, the criminal investigator with the Jackson Parish Sheriff's Office, on various aspects of the investigation. Not only did McLemore plan, calculate, carry out, and cover up his heinous crime, as you will read in his case file. He has not admitted guilt. He continues to maintain his innocence. He told the board today, "I'm incarcerated for the murder of my wife. I was convicted for her murder, but I did not hear him admit that he killed Ann Wilder McLemore." Based on the stated facts, I vehemently oppose any commutation of sentence now or in the future.
Ms. Megan, thank you for your remarks. And we have, I believe, a representative from the DA's office in Jackson Parish. Is he on the line?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, sir. We'd like to hear DA's position.
I'm Danny Newell. I am the district attorney in the second JDC, Claiborne, Bienville, and Jackson Parish. Can I ask Jerry McLemore a question?
We'd rather you address your remarks to us, sir.
Okay. And I, like the lady before me, in my opinion, Jerry McLemore still does not admit that he murdered his wife and the mother of his 2 children, that he was having an affair with a 17-year-old girl that probably started when she was 15. And he lied about everything involving the crime. He planned it, shot her in the back with a .270 2 times. And, you know, I deal with these people. I've been dealing with people like this since I started felony prosecutions in 1997. And I'm sure Jerry has done a lot of good in the prison. And for some reason, everybody that goes to prison, most of them do find God, and some of them sincerely find God. But for the daughter to say that he has already received his pardon from the Lord is, you know, I don't know, but if he is not admitting that he murdered his wife and took the mother of his 2 children, I can't imagine the Lord is forgiving him. He is not entitled to parole. He would start down that road, or clemency. He would start down that road if he did admit it and let everybody know that he did it and apologize to his wife and ask God for forgiveness. But he had not made that step yet. But he's had 30 plus years to make that step. He did a terrible, terrible thing in 1991. And in my opinion, and in my jurisdiction, everybody I talk to feels like he needs to serve the fullness of his sentence, life in prison, like most people do in his situation. I don't think he's done anything to deserve to get out, and you don't start accomplishing anything to deserve to get out until you admit your crime, and he's not doing it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Newell. We appreciate your input. All right, Mr. McLemore, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Please answer his questions.
Good morning, Mr. McLemore. How are you?
I'm fine. How you doing, sir?
Good, good. I heard you say you're involved in ministry.
Yes, sir.
What type of ministry are you involved in?
Well, at this time period, or any
Yes.
at this time period, I just generally do the church work and things at Camp F now, and I do personal ministry work, just talking with guys and helping them to develop themselves spiritually.
You're a clergyman?
Am I a clergyman?
Yeah, clergyman.
A clergyman? I would not call myself a clergyman. No, I just call myself a Christian.
Okay, that's good. Did your wife like to hunt?
Yes, sir, she did.
I see. Did you love your wife?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
You did?
Yes, sir.
I read your case and I went through it several times, and I just want to ask you one question. One other question. Did you kill your wife?
No, sir, I did not.
You did not kill her.
No, sir.
The other question I wanted to know is, what kind of relationship did you and your wife have?
we were not on the best relationship at the time period. We had our troubles, but we were back into reconciliation, working things out, doing better. But I was a very unfaithful man against her, and by having, an affair with another woman.
I see.
She was working through forgiving me for that, yes.
I see. Okay, I have no more questions.
I see, as far as like your classes, I see you don't really have any crime victims classes. You have living in balance and, stuff like that. Why have you not taken any crime victim classes, like, victim awareness or writing an accountability letter or any of those kind of things?
I just have not taken them yet, no ma'am. No,
You have
there's no,
time
no-
to.
yes ma'am, I could have easily taken those classes, worked them in schedule.
Well, let me ask you, is the reason that you didn't take it, because I was going to ask what Mr. Tillis did, is that you kept saying you were sorry and everything. And so my question was going to be his. Are you now admitting to the crime? Because what are you sorry about? I mean, I've heard people who have said they didn't commit the crime. So what are you sorry about?
I am terribly sorry for the situation that brought us to that. I was convicted under circumstantial evidence, and entirely circumstantial evidence. I was blamed in things that were untrue. And, I will admit the prosecution put together a very, very strong circumstantial case. However, there are new evidence that has come up, as well as Mr. Newell knows, under DNA that disproves their case. But I have not been able to have a hearing on that.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Mr. Newell submitted a letter and, he said what he had, which was good. I was glad to hear it because I do know that the crime scene, everything that you said happened. It couldn't have worked out that way. They looked for it, and according to, the evidence and the crime scene, it just didn't work out that way. So, but here's a thing that your girlfriend must said, that they had, because you just said that you've been unfaithful, right? I'm not going to say the name of the young lady or anything like that. But she was very young. She was a teenager. And that you kept promising to leave your wife and eventually said he wished he had the nerve to take her out in the woods and kill her. The 3 guns were stolen from McLemore's neighbor. One was never recovered. A second gun, a shotgun, was found in McLemore's gun cabinet. The 3rd gun was the murder weapon. Any comments on that?
I did have the shotgun, yes ma'am, which I took and I got through a legal pawn. I had a federal firearms license while I was in business.
Yeah.
And I did have the shotgun. The other guns, I have no idea. We weren't even living next to
So was that other gun registered to you, the type of gun that she was shot with, the 22? I know they said they found a bucket of 22 caliber ammunition that spilled over on the camp floor.
Yes, ma'am. That was in the camp. The 22 that I used at the crime scene to return fire against the guy.
Oh.
That was my gun.
Oh, I see. So you returned fire with that ammunition.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All righty. And so what about what the girl said? Did you say something like that just to put her off so that she'd stay with you? That, you wish you weren't with your wife or something like that?
That was what I had said to her at some time previously, way prior to that, yes.
Prior to it. Okay. Well, I don't have any more questions.
None.
All right. And I don't have any questions, Mr. McLemore. Prepared to vote, Mr. Tillis?
Yes. Mr. McLemore, due to the evidence that I read in your case, and low opposition against you, my vote today is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur, and I'm gonna add, victim opposition and to the heinous nature of the crime.
Mr. Craig.
Concur.
Mr. Frank.
I'm gonna recuse myself as I have dealings with Mr. McLemore.
All right, my vote today, based on what the warden has said about him, about his prison record and the fact that his daughter's supporting, would be to recommend a commutation of his sentence to 99 years. However, today, Mr. McLemore, it requires 3 favorable votes for any favorable action for you today. You've received 3 votes to deny your application, 1 vote that was favorable. So the outcome of today's proceeding is your application for clemency has been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Tracy Walker, shot white.
Good morning. Mr. Walker, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Tracy Walker. My DOC number is 153378.
All right, sir. Good morning. Let me recognize folks who have joined us by Zoom. We have Douglas Ratcliffe, Tamika White from the 21st Judicial District, Michelle Sparks, also from the 21st Judicial District, Alexis Taylor, also from the 21st Judicial District, and Catlin Costa from the 21st Judicial District. And we'll hear from two of those people who are here in opposition at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Walker, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. We'll hear from you. We'll ask for your statement, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman. Your case has been assigned to him. He'll do the interview after we hear from those in opposition. So, Mr. Walker, you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 21st Judicial District, Tangipahoa Parish, in June 2001 to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How many years have you served?
This be 25.
Mr. Walker, tell the board why you're here today. Why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence? What got you in jail? And what have you done since that would make you a good candidate for favorable consideration?
Okay, I'm here at Angola for second-degree murder of my wife, Alice. And I'm seeking clemency, hoping that I can get out and try to put what family, my children back together. Sorry.
Okay.
I've done all kind of programs, that some that I didn't have to do to thank you, to try to help myself figure out where things were wrong. I'm so sorry. My family meant more to me than anything.
All right. Well, listen, we're going to be asking you some questions, so we'll get some more information from you. First, we're going to hear from Warden Benoit. Is there anything that you can tell us about Mr. Walker?
Yes, ma'am. He's a Class A trustee. He works at the incinerator. Been there a good while. His last write-up was in 18. He's taken anger management, substance abuse, 100 hours, victim awareness, thinking for a change, inside, outside dads. You know, as far as how he conducts himself here at Angola, he does well. There's no problem.
Yeah. Mr. Walker, at this time, we're gonna listen, hear from the opposition, and we want to hear from Mr. Douglas Ratcliffe, please. Mr. Ratcliffe, we think you're on mute.
Okay, it's unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Douglas Ratcliffe. I would like to thank the board this morning for this opportunity to be the voice of opposition for my brutally murdered mother. I'd like to begin by saying I know who and what this man is here before you, and the mental behaviors and the violence that he possesses. While I'm not certain of the behaviors that this coward displays while within custody. I can assure you that if there were women or children there for him to victimize and abuse, you would have a better understanding of the man before you today. This is a man who turned off the only light that shined in his bitter world. The world that a mother of 3 was brutally beaten and shot in front of those children just because she chose to leave him after 13 years of a violent, abusive relationship. And he did it for the simple fact that if he couldn't have her, that no one would. How cruel and selfish, how evil. I'm before you today, one of those 3 children, the eldest. My siblings are his children. We as a family have not forgotten what was taken from us there that day. Those wounds haven't healed, and they likely never will. I am the man that raised the children of this man that murdered my mother. I don't have the time here to explain today the detrimental impact that this had on our family and the growth and development of those children who actually lost both of their parents that day. According to Louisiana law, Mr. Walker forfeited the right the day that he murdered her. I'm appalled by the audacity that you would be here today asking for clemency. I'm also slightly appalled that the state is wasting time and resources here today to entertain the prospect of clemency for an abusive, cold-blooded murderer who's exhausted every other legal means to free himself of a debt to society, and a well-merited debt, no doubt. In the world that the rest of us live, there's consequences for the actions. You should be no exception to the rule. The severity of those actions rests solely on the shoulders of that person. And it's my genuine opinion that he's gotten off light. I'm the witness and victim of 13 years of violence and abuse and ultimately murder. And in this, he's only paying for a single crime. I plead with this board that to ensure today that this debt be paid in full. He's destroyed so many lives. And for once in his miserable existence, I encourage you today to be a man and accept the responsibility for the lives that's been destroyed by your own hands. The day this violent murderer leaves this world, that's when the debt will be paid. Until that day, Mr. Walker, make peace with the Almighty Lord in forgiveness past the life that you forfeited here. Thank you, board, here for your time today. I asked that you just consider this matter and ensure that this man pays his debt to completion in accordance with Louisiana law, code, and criminal procedure that's been passed down rightfully by the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Radcliffe, for your remarks. We'd like to hear from the DA's office now, Ms. Alexis Taylor.
Good morning. I'm going to echo Mr. Ratcliffe. The state does oppose the defendant's release. Again, you know, he chose to proceed to trial in this matter. So he was tried by a jury of his peers and ultimately convicted as a result. I would also have the board know that he has taken his matter, or attempted at least to take his matter up as far as the U.S. Supreme Court, who has denied rehearing his case. And given the fact that this man has taken the life of a mother in the presence of her 3 children, you know, is very disturbing. And the state will oppose him being released. We ask that you deny his request for release.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, Mr. Walker, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions, please?
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
How old are you?
65. I just
And,
turned 65 Friday.
okay, and what's your educational level?
Educational level is 7th grade.
Hey, did you get your GED or anything since you've been in there?
No, sir, I can't get it out.
Mr. Freeman, he tried, he's not able to accomplish that.
Okay, thank you, Warden. So your wife came to your house, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And y'all have been having, I mean, y'all been battling for a while, correct?
Yes, sir.
Y'all had restraining orders on each other?
Yes, after she left, I filed for divorce and she kept coming to my business and causing scenes, so I had a restraining order put on her. And she came that Saturday to the house, against a restraining order.
Okay, so then an argument started when she came over there, am I correct?
Yeah, I had custody. I had children that weekend and we had been out fishing and swimming. And she called, I looked at the caller ID and she had called me like 40 times that day. And when I was cleaning out the boat, the kids was in the house asleep because they was tired. I was cleaning out my boat and the phone rang and I answered. It was Alice. And she told me she was coming over, and I told her, I said, don't do that. You'll be against a restraining order. I said, if you have anything to say to me, meet me at the lawyer's office Monday, and we'll talk at the lawyer's office. And about that time, she pulled up, and I told her, I said, Alice, you're going against your restraining order. She said, well, what you gonna do? Call the police? I said, no, I'm not gonna call the police on the children of my mother. And we started arguing. We was outside. The kids were already in the van, her van, to go home with her. I told her, I said, okay, I'll give up my Sunday and let you take them home with you. She was mad because I took them out in the boat. But we got to talking. She wanted me to admit to adultery so that the divorce would go quicker. And I told her I will not do that. I said, if you want it to go quicker, you admit. We started arguing back and forth, and I told her, I said, well, look, the kids is in the van, y'all just leave. I said, let's take it up with the courts. And she was talking about steer that I had slaughtered. Bobby Hyde Slaughterhouse had killed one of my steers. And I told her, I said, look, it's in the refrigerator, it's in the freezer. I said, you forget, I've done all this for y'all. I said,
let's get more toward when the physical violence started. Okay, did it start her throwing fish at you?
Yes, sir. We was arguing. She hit me with a bag of frozen steaks that I had took out the freezer for her and the kids. And she hit me with them, and I jumped up and I shoved her down. And then she was talking about a condom she had seen on the nightstand beside my bed. And I took her by her hand, took her back in the house and showed her the condom and told her that was a souvenir from Fort Lauderdale. When me and you first got together, you saved. I said, I flipped it at her. I said, here, you can take it home with you. And she clawed me down the face and I shoved her back and I went to go to the kitchen to get the dish towel to put on my face. And that's when I heard the slide of that 9mm of mine. I turned around, caught her arm, folded up, and it shot it. I thought it shot at the floor, but it hit her. I tripped her and dragged her arm up, slapped the back of her head, and I seen her shirt. I turned her loose. I called 911. They was telling me how to do CPR. And, I had a friend, Tim Patero, He was with the 8th Fire Department, paramedic.
I read that. You
I
ain't get
called him because he could get there quicker.
Okay, let's move on
So
from that.
hard.
Let's talk about, when you went to trial. Did you threaten anybody at trial?
Did I do what now?
Threaten one of the witnesses at trial?
No, sir.
Argument with one of the witnesses during the trial?
Not that I remember. No, sir.
You made, so,
Doug would have been the only one. Doug would have been the only one. And I didn't never argue with him. Matter of fact, the judge throwed his statement out and wouldn't let him testify.
okay, but like this, when your daughters came visit you, did you ask one of them to recant her statements?
No, she had wrote me a letter before she came to visit and was and I still have the letter telling me that she didn't understand what was going on and that the DA's office had told her what to say. And the transcripts show that. She was supposed to hear a word, killing or something like that, and she was supposed to call the police. And I told her, I said, well, you're old enough now that you understand what's going on and you can recant your statement if you want to. That's Selena, my youngest girl.
Okay.
And I told her, I said, that's strictly up to you. I would not ask you to do that. If you feel that you need to do that, then do that. But I said, they might have consequences. I don't know because perjury. I said, so, but you were still a baby.
All right, well, Max, just, were you on drugs when this offense happened?
Was we what?
Were you on drugs the day this happened?
No, sir.
But you have used drugs in the past?
I never used like drugs. I smoked some weed and stuff, you know, but as far as hard drugs or alcohol, I never required the taste of alcohol, and I had too many friends that I could see destroying their lives on coke and heroin and stuff like this. And I just never seen the fun in it. So I didn't do it.
Okay.
I had smoked some weed, but other than that, I didn't do anything.
Right. Yeah, I saw you were convicted of marijuana. Ms. Renato, I have no further questions.
Any other questions? Any questions? All right, Mr. Walker, I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Freeman?
Mr. Walker, my vote today is to deny 25 years of a life sentence. There definitely was a lot of violence in y'all relationship. And due to victim opposition and law enforcement opposition, I vote to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
All right, Mr. Walker, you've received 4 votes to deny your application today. So today your application's been denied. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Have more in my life.
All right, we are ready for our next case. Is this Mr. Donaldson?
Yes, ma'am.
You introduce yourself, sir. Tell us your name and your DOC number.
I'm John Donaldson, number 92968.
All right, Mr. Donaldson, good morning. Let me acknowledge we have some guests here with us in Baton Rouge this morning who want to speak on your behalf. We have Mr. Glenn Rhodes, Ms. Mausine Rhodes, and we're going to call on them at the appropriate time to hear their words. And then in opposition, we have Mr. John Heron and Ms. Leona Fitzgerald from the DA's office in Caddo Parish. And we'll hear from them both at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Donaldson, let me just read some identifying information into the record, sir. You're classified as a fifth felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the first judicial district in Caddo Parish for first-degree murder. You received a life sentence in January 1979. You have another sentencing date in the 20th Judicial District, that's West Feliciana Parish, and that's in 1981 for attempted simple escape. Is that information correct, Mr. Donaldson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Donaldson, how many years have you served in prison?
I have as a total on this 46.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Donaldson, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, but before we turn it over to him for the interview, would you tell us what led you to prison? Why are you in jail this time for 46 years? What did you do, and why do you believe we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Well, I was having it hard. I had a hard time, and I went to do a burglary, which I was wrong. And I should have never done it, but I did. And there wasn't supposed to have been nobody there. And there was. He ended up walked in on me while I was there. And I just panicked and reacted. And it was a bad reaction on my part, but it's something that I can't undo. I swear I wish I'd never done it. I wish I should have never even been there. Mrs. Heron was a nice lady. She always treated me nice. I'd worked there before, done some work in her house before. And, you know, it was just something like that that went bad. But I've lived with it since then, and there's not a day passes that I don't deal with it. I regret that it happened. I lost everything I had. She lost what she had. And a lot of my people, a lot of her people have been hurt behind that. And I acknowledge that. That's my fault on that. I have to deal with that too. But, you know, I'm a changed man now. It's been a long time. They had me down as a career criminal, but I'm not a career criminal. I've just had some bad misfortune, and that was the only way I could see to make it out, would go through things like that. But I got a man that's willing to help me. He's giving me a job, place to live. And I know I don't have no family or nothing left, that if I can get to that, if I can just get out someday and get there where he's at, I will be able to live out the rest of my life over there working for him. And I'm not going to be a rich man or nothing like that, but I'll have enough I can get by on, and he'll see to that. And I know that he's a good friend,
and that's Mr. Rhodes. And like I say, I'm so sorry that it happened, and it should have never happened. And if I'd have been half the man that I should have been at that time, or what I thought I was, it would have never happened. You know, I don't know what else to tell you. I can't undo it. If I could, I would. I would go back. I would go right now and take her place and bring her back and let me go in the hole. But I
Right, yes.
can't.
So tell us though, since you've been in prison for 46 years, what have you done that would make you a good candidate for us to vote for you today?
Well, I've learned a lot of different trades. I've learned to contain my anger. I took anger management, and I did learn that helped me, because I used to would blow up quick, but I've gotten over that pretty much. That's not a thing I do anymore. You know, I work. I still have a little health left. I'm not gonna be dependent on the state or nothing to take care of me. I won't have to go to a hospital or a old folks home or something like that where I have to take pills. I don't take no medication. I don't use no drugs. I don't drink. So, you know, like I say, I've learned a lot of different trades. I know how to do a lot of stuff. I can plumb, I can do electrical work, I can do mechanical work. A little bit of carpentry. I'm not no master carpenter, but I can do a little bit of that. You know, times get hard, I can always fall back on my hobby, which is carving. I carve ducks and restore wagons and whatever, you know, stuff like that I can do to pick up a little extra if I need it. But there ain't nobody to take care of but me, so I don't see where I'll need nothing much.
All right.
Enough I can eat a couple of times a day to keep a new pair of shoes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. Warden Benoit, what can you tell us about Mr. Donaldson?
Oh, I've known him a long time. JD is a trustee at Camp F. He's worked in our maintenance department since 1992. His last write-up was in 03. He's a maintenance man now up at RC. You know, RC's been closed, but he keeps it all up, all the maintenance up there, pretty much by himself. He has taken a couple of programs, 100 hours in anger management, and he's got a low Tiger score. He's absolutely no problem here. He works hard every day. He's a big asset to us in the maintenance department.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Rhodes, we'd like to hear from you, please, sir. If you'd step up to the podium. Good morning.
My second time. You should check on that 79 years ago.
Yes, sir. Can you speak up a little bit? Because we want to be sure that Mr. Donaldson is able to hear you as well.
Soft spoken. So when I came the first, allowed me to bring some of John's vehicles. That's how I met him. I'm going to tell you, John does huge quality farming. Say, I took some of his decoys to Louisiana wood carvers field competition, and he won the grand champion.
Wow.
What was so unusual was they didn't have a class for his quality of nuts. This was take 3 to 6 months to carve. It was tethered with 100 cards and 100 pieces of. They say nobody can spend that much time in one boat. He does it to perfection. Like tuning the vehicle and allowing it from the sea. But they are really special. I've known John for 12 years, met him through this job. Really respected abilities. We became acquaintances. I gave him my phone number. We talked a little bit. I can't call him Parole. We had talked for 9 years, every Saturday morning, for 10, 15 minutes. And I don't have anybody other than my family that they have to talk to me once a week. In years, we are friends. I would sit here and tell you the opposition that he was my friend. He's admitted even terrible. Nothing would be they can say worse than what. That's a fact. All things the way they are. But he's truly repentant. On the first day, he said that he was there and not thinking. I do take care of this. And I've been told that numerous wardens, colonels, majors at Angola, even Warden Vanilla. And when he was there working before, and he allowed me to bring wagons into Angola to be redone. I collected antique wagons, 15 of them, 2 or 3 to John, to be redone, and have been trying to get some more in sure happen. But I made a point of trying to meet John's superiors in there. Because my wife was offering to take John in as a family. What he's done is, I'm not a fool. Get to where I am, I'm making rash decisions, but I truly believe he's a different person. One of his jobs recently is he's at RC, and he lives in RC by himself, and he's one of the very few members inmates that lives by himself. That's quite an honor and respect his higher ups. They're in a position to do something on me. He has a lot of. He's not what they believe they are. He counted those. Half of the equation today is John. Is John the same man that he was years ago? That's why he didn't blame it on anybody. But his mother was a prostitute, didn't know his dad was in. It's some bad stuff. But a lot of people grow up for bad stuff. I personally grew up bad environment. When my lips, soon after he got out of prison and speaking of things. And I wouldn't go out here for him because he never checked. But in my opinion, John's a different person. He is respected. The half of the equation decided John to go change. I totally believe he does. Is myself. And I am a very humble person. And I'm uncomfortable things to talk about myself. But that's the difference of what John is going to be, which is going to contribute to his success. In the last 10 years, I've run 50 ranches, golf courses, 7 golf courses, ranches, tree farms, regular farms, commercial property. Full trash going up. This is not the Bible is true Christianity, which widows, orphans, and single mothers. And I can put myself in the yes. I see this as my Christian. Not to go with my opinion. If you were within the position, and I trust God for the limit. Also, we know those straight farm. If we lived on my range, which is in the middle of the country, surrounded by large 20,000 acre ranches, told that to John yesterday, he knows it. We're not free. I don't agree. Try hard not to swear. Very 53 years, what's up with me? And John will live to my standards, period. And he will be watched, he knows it. And I believe he will live. He's going to live in a nice house. He's going to have insurance, a job. But I told him yesterday, he's not going to have a car. I'm not going to give him money in the car and you'll take on and get yourself in trouble. I've got people that can take him wherever he needs to go. Try to be humble. I don't want to say the wrong things, but John's going to get a new life. He loves it.
Mr. Rhodes, we'd like to hear from, could we hear from Mrs. Rhodes? Did you want to say anything? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. All right. Now we'll hear from the opposition, and first we'd like to hear from Mr. John Herron.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, thank y'all for giving me the chance to speak today. I heard what Mr. Donaldson said, and I'd like to set the record straight that was pretty sugar-coated. Let me tell you the story, how all this happened. My grandfather was looking to have his house painted. He called a friend of his that had a painting company. This guy off the street comes in. He said, I got a brand new guy, says he's a painter. I'm going to send him over to you. So he comes over to the house. Now, my grandfather, my uncle, and my dad, myself, and my brother are at the office. We have a construction company. The oldest streets, bridge, and road construction license in the state of Louisiana is 168. H&H Contracting Company. We're very well known. His wife, my grandmother, who is the sweetest person you would ever meet, was at her house when he was painting the house. And apparently it was taking him days to work on the outside of the house. He talked her into, let me paint the inside of your house. Now, my grandmother, I talked to many times. We talked at least every 2 weeks. If I didn't come over to see her, I was talking with her. We were very close. She told me about the painter. She said, he is the nicest guy you would get. She said, you know what? He reminds me of you. I think we were about the same age at that time. Now, this is the way I got the story from the police department. When Donaldson was in the house looking to paint the inside of the house, he had had a chance to go through all the rooms and see what was in that house. This was all premeditated. Let me tell you that right now. This wasn't no caught me off guard. This was planned. So he went in there. He saw all the guns in my uncle's room. He saw the money, the silver. He had the bayonet that he stabbed my grandmother in the back with. I was told 6 times. Let me finish as she laid on the floor, she wrote in her blood, "I died today." Now, this, I don't know what the hell you call this thing, but when he left, apparently this happened during the school zone hours. He was leaving, he took her diamond rings, he took everything he could and threw it in his car and took off. Well, he went speeding through a school zone. Now, mind you, the cop noticed there was something going on, the state trooper. And this man had one of my uncle's guns apparently in his boot. And when he went back there to check the trunk to see what was going on, because he knew there was something suspicious, they said he was going down his leg to scratch his leg, but he was going to get another gun, to get that gun and shoot that cop. So all this crap about how sweet this guy is, I'm going to tell you right now. My grandfather, when you have someone you love so much in a family, as loving as my family is and as close as we are, it destroys a family. He didn't just kill my grandmother. He killed us in so many ways. The problems started, fighting started. There was tension everywhere. My father told my grandfather, first off, he got life without parole. On a 12-man jury, there was one person that didn't want it on his conscience to do the death penalty. He was going to get the electric chair. But that one person kept him alive. But they gave him life without parole. The system has cheated us to even come and suggest parole for this man. We live with this every day of our life. I have lived with this, and I didn't even sleep 2 hours last night. I've been waiting for this day. I've been waiting for this day. And let me tell you something. My father promised my grandfather, if he ever comes up parole, I will do, until the day I die, I will do everything in my power to keep him in that prison. And I made that same promise to my father. And by God, that man only knows one thing. And by the way, he didn't know crap about painting a house either. But he only knows one thing, and that's how to kill and steal. And if you let him out, you know that what he said his hobby is that whittling with that knife. Well, he's real good with those knives. He likes to use them on people. So I want y'all to think real hard. I know one thing, if anybody on the board has known anybody that has gone through what my family has gone through, you would never even consider this. If it was your loved one in your family, just think about it. And you let somebody out and you'd never know, oh, now I got to get this gun that I planned on using on him a long time ago back out again because he might be roaming in the street. No, I don't feel safe for my family
or somebody
else's family.
You wrap it up for us, sir?
I'm sorry.
I understand it's emotional. We appreciate it, but we need to move on.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know how I felt about that, so I do not.
Right in hell.
Yeah, he can rot in hell. Stay there.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Fitzgerald, could you hear from the DA's office?
Good morning. I'm Leon Fitzgerald. I'm the Director of Victim Assistance for the Caddo Parish DA's office. And I do want to oppose today on behalf of the DA's office. There's not a lot that I could add that would be any more powerful than what Mr. Herron has just relayed to the board. And Mr. Herron, I've not met you, but I appreciate you being on and expressing your family's thoughts. I'm very sorry that you're going through this. And to the board, I just, this is the worst of the worst. This was an 80-year-old lady who had been nice to Mr. Donaldson, who had spoken highly of him and taken a liking to him. And in return for that, her home got cased out by him, and she ended up being murdered in a vicious way, stabbed 3 times in the back. It seems like if she surprised Mr. Donaldson, but she was stabbed in the back, that perhaps he could have just gotten out of the house, that he didn't have to kill Miss Heron. And so, you know, elderly people are to be respected. They're not to be murdered. He pried diamond rings off of Miss Heron's dead fingers. That's despicable. And to us, that is the worst of the worst. And he earned his life sentence, and that's what the court ordered. And we feel like it's appropriate and that he should be made to fulfill his sentence. And we also just urge the board to please take seriously Mr. Heron's comments about the long-lasting and far-reaching upheaval that his family is still living with because of Mr. Donald's actions. And thank you for giving me a chance to speak.
Thank you. We appreciate your participation. Mr. Donaldson, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, Mr. Donaldson. First thing that caught my attention was the fact you said you're not a career criminal. You're a fifth felony offender. You also had what was the manslaughter charge that you got arrested for that was just fifth? What was that about?
That was a car accident where the fellow that was in my car got killed.
Okay. And okay, so that was a car accident. Were you intoxicated or anything?
Yes, we were both intoxicated, and we were running from the police. They got behind us, and we were attempting to outrun them, and the car blew a tire and hit a pole, and he got thrown out of the car, and the car flipped over. I was still in the car, and police come in behind us and ran over him and then backed up over him. But I don't think they saw him when they come in behind us.
All right, and what about attempted simple escape? What did you try? How did you try to get away?
I went over the fence at Camp C after I first got here. You know, I got a letter.
Days before they caught.
How long you were gone? I was gone about an hour, maybe.
All right. And were you on drugs or alcohol at the time of this offense?
No, sir. No.
And you stole some piggy banks, some pistols, and a lot of other stuff. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've applied before. One time you were denied, and one time you got granted, but the governor took no action. Is that correct?
I think the governor denied it the last time. I was denied. The board turned me down on the first one, and the second one, the governor denied it, if I ain't mistaken.
Right. Okay. I just want to state that all law enforcement are opposed, as we've heard. Mr. Herring, who spoke, is also opposed. Why you haven't taken any classes since 2015? You taken them all or what?
Well, I took Cage Rage, and I took the 100 hours. That's the requirements for the board. As far as drug class and stuff, I'm not a dope head. I don't use drugs, so I don't really see where it would.
What about the alcohol? I mean, you definitely used alcohol, correct?
Yes, sir, I did, but I haven't used it in quite a while. It has been a while, so I would venture to say that I'm off of alcohol too. I don't drink no more.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
No question.
One question. Y'all were talking about you being a grand champion for carving the ducks. Is that correct? Duck carving?
I don't think I'm a grand champion.
Did you win that award?
I have won awards for first place over at Angola Rodeo in that competition they had over there.
I was just wondering because a long time ago, I used to know a guy that he was into that, collecting hand carved wooden ducks and everything, and they went for a pretty penny, a lot of them. And I was just wondering, are you making that kind of money and what are you doing with it?
Well, to start with, I don't make that much money. Usually just a regular decoy that's in a sitting pose, I get $350 for. And I use that money to live on. Everything here costs.
All right, then that was what I wanted, because I knew people who made.
Yes, ma'am. They prices in the canteen just went up sky high, just like they have out there. It's, if that's how I survive, I make my own money. I don't have nobody send me no money.
Okay, and you wanted to say something about that?
Catching off guard, but I paid $1,500. He cuts me slack at the $350. He sold some at Angola one time when I couldn't go $7 or $8 million.
Yeah.
I send him money.
I see.
Also.
So it all goes into the commissary type thing.
It's a little bit.
Savings account.
Deal. And
I was just wondering because some people make lots of money.
I want to live with time. I have worked for General. Spoke last time I brought the gun.
Yeah.
Okay. He can make a lot of money.
Okay, well, he's answered my question and you have too thoroughly, because I really was worried.
Money there.
Yeah, and I just want to say one thing to Mr. Herring. You give victim awareness class. Everything that you said, Mr. Herring, was very important and exactly what is said in a victim awareness class. What goes on right after the crime and during the lifetime of the victim. So I'm sorry that you went through it, but I'm glad that you could express it here today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, my vote is to deny due to the terrible criminal history and the facts of the crime, an 80-year-old woman who was helping him. And with your criminal record, I can't vote for you. My vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillers?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And Mr. Parker?
I concur.
All right, Mr. Donaldson, you've received 4 votes to deny your application today. So your application for clemency has been denied, sir. That concludes our business at the Penitentiary Warden Benoit. We're going to sign off at 10:56. Thank you.
Okay, have a good day.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We're now at State Police Barracks. It's 11 o'clock a.m. on Monday, April 7th, 2025. I'd like for the staff there at the barracks to please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, it's Captain Washington State Police Barracks.
Captain, thanks for accommodating us today. We appreciate it. And we'd like to hear from Mr. Paterno. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name's Randall Patorno, 439-685.
All right, Mr. Paterno, before we get started, I want to acknowledge that we have quite a few people who are joining us today. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have in support Elizabeth Havrilla and Renee Lewis, who will be speaking on your behalf. Also here with us, we have Tammy Patorno, John Patorno, Thomas Harilla, Amy Ash, Stacey Falgu, and Edward Lewis. By Zoom, we have Shannon Blake with the Parole Project who will be speaking, Gail Moss, Adam Rail, and Michael Patorno. I think I got everybody. Here with us in Baton Rouge also, we have opposition. We have Mr. Glenn Carter, Brenda Carter, and Cheryl Kuzan. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. We'll hear from the speaker. There'll be one speaker in opposition, and we'll hear from her at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, sir. Mr. Paterno, you're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 22nd Judicial District, St. Tammany Parish. In June 2001, you received a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Paterno, you've been through this process before, but this is a little different this time. We want you to tell us why are you in jail? What'd you do? And what have you done since you've been in jail that would make you feel like you deserve a favorable vote today?
Yes, ma'am. You ready now?
I am.
Yes, ma'am. In March of 1999, I received a phone call in the middle of the night from a girl named Vivian Pratt, who was a known drug user in my neighborhood. She was calling to ask if she could come over with a friend of hers to sell drugs out of my house. And at first I told her no, but she kept on, and she said that her friend would supply us with drugs to get high if he could just use my house for a few hours. I agreed, and they showed up about 10 minutes later. And she introduced me to Brandon. He gave us some drugs to start smoking while he conducted his business, answering his pager, using the phone, and going in the parking lot to sell drugs. That's about 2 hours had passed, and Vivian asked to use the phone, and she made a phone call. And she asked Brandon for some drugs to go sell around the neighborhood. They went into the kitchen. Brandon supplied her with some drugs. She came out and gave me a piece, told me that was to hold me over until she got back. For about 25, 30 minutes. I guess about 2 hours had passed and Vivian hadn't coming back. And I asked Brandon for some more drugs to smoke, and he told me no. And I guess about another half hour had passed, and I asked him again for some more drugs to smoke, and he told me no. So I told him that he wasn't going to share any more drugs, that he was going to have to leave. And it was at that point that he got off the couch and produced a weapon and was pointing it at me, accusing me of being in cahoots with Vivian and trying to rip him off. And told me that he wasn't going anywhere until he either got his drugs or his money back. Somebody pulled into the parking lot about that time. You could see the lights come through the window. And when he turned to look out the window to see who it was, I struck him in the head with a hammer. And he didn't drop the gun, and he didn't go down. And I struck him 2 more times really fast, and he fell. I got up off the couch, retrieved the weapon, and stood back waiting for him to get up. And he never did. I guess about 10 minutes had passed. And I finally got the courage to get up close to him to see if he was okay. And that's when I noticed he wasn't breathing. And I just started going into a state of panic. I didn't know what to do. And his pager started going off. And I started getting paranoid that somebody was going to show up at my house and find him in that condition, and I was going to have another confrontation with someone else. So I decided to put him in the back bedroom and wait for Vivian to come back and come up with a course of action on what to do here. About an hour passed and Vivian hadn't shown up, and I wanted to know who he was, so I went in the bedroom to see if he had an ID on him. And I got his wallet and I looked at his ID and noticed that he was from the immediate area. And that's when I noticed his date of birth and how young he was. And I just started freaking out. And true to my nature of the way that I was handling all the problems in my life at that time, all I wanted to do was get high and not deal with it. So I shook Brandon down for drugs. I took drugs off of him. I took the pistol and I left the house. Ended up at a boat launch where I sat down to get high and started thinking about what I was going to do. And I made the stupid decision there to just try to separate myself from the crime, from everything that happened. I decided I was just going to get rid of the evidence and just try to separate myself from everything that took place. I threw the gun in the water, and when I got home, I got Brandon out of my house. I put him in a ravine and covered him with debris. I took money out of his wallet and threw it in the woods. I threw the hammer in the woods, and I just stayed just about in a comatose state after that, drinking alcohol and taking pills so I wouldn't have to face what I had done. I knew the decisions that I made that day was made by a cowardly man who didn't want to face the consequences of what he had done. And I'm really sorry for that.
Tell us about, since you've been in prison, what have you done?
I've been part of programs that are much bigger than myself. I volunteered my time for 17 years in the toy shop at Angola, providing underprivileged children with bicycles and toys so that they could have a Christmas. We did a lot of work with the inmates as well for Christmas time so that the parents can go up there and give their child a gift and try to keep the family bond together. We worked for church organizations, veterans organizations, different police departments. I was also part of a program called Wheels for the World that I was part of for 12 years. Mr. Donaldson, I'm sure you're familiar with that. And it was a nonprofit organization, Christian organization that went around the globe spreading the word of God and providing people with medical equipment that they otherwise would never been able to receive. And knowing that I was part of that, changing people's quality of life meant a lot to me. I spent 12 years there. And after my last hearing and listening to what Brandon's family had to say and their concerns, I just felt that there was more that I could be doing with my life. Dude. The voice of my concern with a friend of mine. He told me about the police barracks. And maybe they had something here for me that I could do. And I knew right then that that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to help men and women in law enforcement. Because they're the true heroes out there every day. Putting their life on the line to protect the citizens of the state. And so I applied to come here and they accepted me. And I've met a lot of wonderful people since I've been here. And I work hard to be trustworthy and have integrity. compassion. I've received, I went to classes while I was at Fleet Operations working on the vehicles. I went to classes that was provided by Wayland Technologies, Wayland Engineering, and was able to receive my Master Technician certificate from that program to help me better understand the equipment that I was installing in these vehicles. And that's what I've been doing since then. I've taken my programs. I've finished 3 NAAA programs, and I'm currently enrolled in my 4th, which was one of the victims with the victim's family's concerns. And I'm currently enrolled in my 4th class, and that's where I'm at now.
Good. Well, let's hear from Captain Washington.
Good morning, everyone. So Randy's been here about 8 years, and in his time here, he's done a number of jobs for us. Probably one of the most important ones was the one he spoke about, was working at Fleet, maintaining our emergency vehicles. He's not there anymore. He's worked his way up to a better job, but he's been an excellent worker for us. As you can see in the packet, he's had several accomplishments since he's been here. He's also got some pretty significant letters of recommendation, and we can't go wrong with him. Whatever we ask him to do, he does it for us. Well spoken, and around the compound, everybody knows him. Everybody respects him, and if we need something, we know he can do it for us.
Good deal. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, we'll hear from, could we hear from the Parole Project, please?
Good morning to this honorable board. Shannon Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Randall Patorno. Because of his substance abuse rehabilitation, good disciplinary record, and high-level trusted work status, Randall has been accepted into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide reentry services that include transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, healthcare guidance and connections, programming and technology, social norms, financial planning and management, consumer skills, and more. Mr. Paterno will also be assigned a reentry specialist as a mentor to guide him through the reentry process. Based on his record, rehabilitation, and strong support system, we ask that you grant Mr. Randall's a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
And so here, could we hear from Ms. Elizabeth Abrilla?
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with y'all today. My name is Liz Ash Abrilla, and I am Randy Paterno's cousin. I've known Randy for almost his whole entire life, and I've been very active and supportive of him throughout his incarceration, and have witnessed firsthand an amazing transition in him. The deep remorse he feels for the crimes he committed is real and will never leave him. As Randy has stated multiple times, what he did will be with him for the rest of his life. There are no words to express how sorry he is to the victim's family. And I hope that one day you can find it in your hearts to accept his heartfelt apology. Randy realizes the heartache that and grief that he caused to the victim's family and to his family as well. What he did, and he has stated to me on more than one occasion, that he will spend the rest of his life atoning for the sin. Randy has been incarcerated for a long time, over 25 years, and I believe he has used that time wisely by actively engaging in any and all opportunities that he's been given to help him understand the root cause of his problems. And as well, further his personal development, which has helped him become a better man. No matter what assignment he was given, he always went after it, even if he didn't know how to do it, and eventually mastered the skill. And with a lot of enthusiasm and integrity. Randy has always been a kind and gentle guy, and used his kindness throughout his incarceration by actively engaging in any and all opportunities that that he was given. He used his skills and knowledge to help improve other inmates' lives. He helped whomever he could out of the goodness of his heart, whether it was learning to paint or teaching them automotive skills that he had learned, and sometimes just helping them cope with prison life. And because he wanted them to achieve success. Randy has an amazing support system waiting for him. His sister Renee, his brothers, John and Richard, many aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, and a lot of friends who have missed him terribly and pray that he will come home one day. I realize we're asking so much of you to assist Randy in coming home, and I pray you will find it in your hearts to grant him clemency so that one day he will be released. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Renee?
My name is Renee. I'm Randy's sister. Standing here today, very mixed feelings. Of course, my heart breaks for the victim's family. I remember all too well being in the courthouse and holding on to each other because we both lost so much. Randy's always been a good person with a big heart. You know, unfortunately, drugs make even good people make bad choices. So. Randy's worked incredibly hard to educate himself and make amends for Brandon and his family as best that he could while incarcerated. You know, I'm sure that all the certificates and what everybody else said showed you that much, but I personally witnessed his transformation over the past 26 years. I watched him evolve into a man that God and our parents actually intended him to be and who could be proud of. He has all the possible support in place to succeed and continue on his journey of amends, sobriety, and evolvement, because he'll never stop evolving. He has housing here in Baton Rouge set up, and he can continue to work with the state police. He's got employment. In fact, that people want him, and he wants to serve the community. He wants to do that. I just pray that my testimony can accurately explain the transformation that I've witnessed, because I can only speak for myself and what I've seen. And I've known him since he's itty bitty, and he's come a long way. So thank you all for your time and opportunity to speak on my brother's behalf. And let me take this opportunity to express my sincere condolences to you all again. The victim's family. But nobody can punish Randy more than he has punished himself. Nobody. And he'll carry this burden for the rest of his life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She said, hey, brother or cousin?
All right, could we
Sure.
hear?
She said, it's a brother or cousin?
That's your brother.
Both.
Ms. Cheryl? Kuzan? We'd like to hear from you. Yes, ma'am.
Father passed away. That was important to represent the family, in particular, my husband and his father. Brandon was only 17. He was a high school student, working at McDonald's. Prayed a lot. That's the way I would say it, and prepare a speech. I prayed a lot on you know, what I needed to say and how I was gonna feel about everything. And I was pretty calm until, Mr. Paterno described what happened that night. I guess from the trial, the one thing that always burned into my memory was when the car said a brand new sleep. We're all in shock, you know, the trial. At least I know I was to hear that. Brandon never, his son never got to know him. He's an adult now. He has 2 children. They'll never know Brandon. You know, something like that, it's a loss that can't be replaced. I know there's a lot of things that he says he's done. That's great. But the family stands in opposition to him being released, no matter what. Brandon's, his son doesn't know. Brandon, we can't hold it. We can't tell him we know. We can't do any of the things we used to do.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your, you being here today. All right, Mr. Paterno, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Paterno, I don't have a lot of questions. I think that you have gone over what I determined from reading literally page after page of testimony and police report. You pretty much described the situation and admitted to everything. You've hit all the points of being remorseful. You've done great things while you've been incarcerated. And you're to be congratulated for that. You got a great disciplinary record. You got some good letters, and you got a bunch of folks that are supportive of you. Of course, you've got some opposition too. Some negative things, in addition to what I've said, was the age of this young man, regardless of his activity at the time, the age of him compared to your age is very significant. It's also significant that you were strung out on crack cocaine. And otherwise, they wouldn't have called you to let us deal at your house. They knew that you'd be amenable to that for a couple of rocks. And so that's taken into account also. I say all that for my benefit, probably more than yours. And so, Madam Chairman, I have no questions.
Question?
I just have one. Mr. Paterno, I saw where you lost 25 days of good time a long time ago. What was that for?
I don't receive good time, Mr. Freeman.
You don't recall that, or you?
I'm not eligible to receive free time with my sentence.
Okay. All right, but it said lost 25 days.
I have no idea what that's about.
No further questions.
Right, I don't see any other questions, so I believe we are prepared to vote, and Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Well, this is a tough one for me. It really is because of the support system you have, but also because of this young man and his family and what he's lost, and the fact of the occurrence of it. If you had served just a few more years, it would be much easier for me. It's just simply a matter of the fact, and sometimes we as a board, I'm gonna let my cards down a little bit as far as me. I can't speak for the board, but we do have discussions about this. And when is life life? When you get sentenced to life, when does that mean life? And so that's what troubles me in this case is 26 years life, it's 30 years life? Or should you be rewarded for such great things that you've done? And that troubles me. The decision troubles me. My vote today, and I'm only one of 5, and you need 4 votes, and it's one of these deals where I hope I wouldn't bother getting overridden. But my vote, because of the fact you've only spent 26 years there, not at least 30, is to deny for that simple reason.
Mr. Freeman?
This is a real tough one. It goes back and forth, but my vote today would be to grant and commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
I commend you for the service that you're doing. And I see the remorseness in it. But I concur with Mr. Prater. A life was taken, and that can't be brought back. But I hope that you continue the good work you're doing. My vote is to deny.
Mrs. Staples?
I'm like them, this is it's a sad moment when you see somebody that's incarcerated doing so many good things, and maybe they find themselves in some callings, but he was 17 years old. What I read was he was an outstanding athlete, football player, and the stepmother, she expressed the total loss of the family of his presence. There's a saying in crime victims, the absence of their presence is everywhere. And that's what you see in things like this. And so 26 years does not equal life, sir, like Mr. Prater was saying. But I do commend you on all the good things that you're doing. And send my condolences to the family for their loss. And my vote today is to deny.
Right, Mr. Patorno, you didn't get the vote you needed today for a favorable action on your application because it requires 4. My vote today would be like it was in 2016 to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility based on the good hard work that you've done, the community service that you've provided within your own community, prison community. But today your application's been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
I'm off at 11:28. Yes. Good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Lamont Brown. P.O. 8. Can I say P.O.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just go. That's yeah. P.O. 480 182. I'm sorry.
Alexander?
No, man. In Arlington, Texas. 76005.
So at the time of your application, you lived in Alexandria?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Mr. Brown, you're here today. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Rapides Parish in August of 2000 for, let's see, simple burglary. You received a 3-year suspended sentence. You were placed on 3 years active probation. And then in September 2001, also Rapides Parish, illegal possession of stolen things. You received a 2-year suspended sentence and were placed on 5 years probation. Is all that correct? So, Mr. Brown, would you tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And why do you think we should grant it?
Well, after my sentence was completed, received pardon first
offender
pardon, but it also said that I would be granted full citizenship rights, and so now that like I haven't been convicted of any felony, anything since over the years. And like I'm just trying to get like better education, but I gotta get better job opportunities first. So so like with my background, they've been keeping me from doing all of the above. It keeps me right at the poverty level. And so it's kind of hard to take care of my family and my children. So,
Okay. Well, this morning your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes, sir. I did see where you had, you've applied at many places. And I did see the reason for not being hired was your felony background and everything like that. So I do know that's been a hold up on you moving forward in life. So I saw that. And I noticed that, like, 20 years you didn't do anything. And then you got after that 2005 you had a revocation, carnal knowledge of a juvenile. What's that about?
yeah, now like if you look at it, look at the date, I was incarcerated already. And so like I don't really know what that was about.
What date do you have for that happening?
Now,
what date do you have for that charge of felony carnal knowledge? Because that was something that stuck out to me. Not only me.
Yes, ma'am. That was like that was in 2004.
In 2004?
Yes, ma'am. They already had violated my probation up to 2003.
All right. Somehow I know I got that you were revoked in 2005. With your
no, ma'am, that was let's see, but I was already locked up.
Okay.
So so they was bringing me to court while I was locked up. Because then they violated my they revoked my probation date.
So was there carnal knowledge with a juvenile?
No, ma'am.
It didn't happen?
No, ma'am, it never happened.
You were falsely accused?
Yes, ma'am. And like, that's another reason why like I want to get my name cleared, because I've just been, and I've been going through it just because, you know, like whenever they run my name, and they see all the things I've been arrested for. And you know, like they just put more stuff on it, and like as you can see, like even like in 2011, and you know, like I get pulled over, like they put tickets on my background.
Can I interrupt you just 1 minute? We're looking at your criminal history here. I knew I saw it, but I couldn't put my hands on it. You pled guilty to that. 6/24 of 2005 pled guilty to the lesser charge of contributing. You were charged with felony carnal knowledge of a juvenile, and it was a plea bargain involved that you pled guilty to the lesser offense of contributing to the delinquency of a juvenile, and you served 6 months in the parish prison. I mean, this is on your rap sheet. And then in 2011, one more thing that comes up that causes a problem is in 2005 in Alexandria, aggravated battery with a dangerous weapon, addressing an offensive, derisive, annoying words to another. Well, you know, I guess you're a cousin or something. That's not the big deal, but the aggravated battery with a dangerous weapon, and you were held. So what's going on with all that? So you get out, and then we have this period that you continue to act up, and there was speeding and stuff like that. And then it seems like you finally straightened out, but you still would not address what was a felony carnal knowledge with a juvenile.
Well, see, that's what I don't know, because I was locked up. And then like even whenever what you said about the aggravated assault, that was in 2003. And I got violated in 2003. They put a hold on me, and they put me, so they put me in jail. And so I was going to court for all that, but then they run the chronology of, and I had no idea. Then I was already incarcerated, man. So the court appointed lawyer came to me. He said, "Well, man, you already been locked up. You know, so it would be in your best interest for the plea guilty to the lesser offense, and then you'll just get credit for time served." Okay. Man, so I just be acting from off the lawyer, for my own best interest.
I understand that. Anybody would. I mean, we're not attorneys, so I understand. Okay, well, let's move on. So then you had a period, I think it's since 2009. I believe you haven't had any other arrests or anything. Am I correct? Not that you know of. No, let's see here. 2011, Alexandria arrested U.S. Marshals. What was that about?
Well, that's what well, like ever since I first pleaded guilty to the first simple verdict, which I didn't do. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always, because I didn't do it. But I just got accused, and then when I went to court, so the lawyer told me to plead guilty to probation. So man, that's the first thing that I did. And ever since then, I became a target in the community.
I see. Man,
every time you see me, they pull me over, and they charge me with something, I'm going to jail for tickets. Man, even if it's a no signal, man, I'm going to jail for it. But I ain't just getting a ticket, I'm going to jail, plus I'm getting a ticket, plus they tore my feet up. And like that's just a life I just can't live. I'm tired of living that life because it's kind of hard to defend yourself whenever you got certain charges like that on your back.
So I see that it seems like since 2011, because you did have a lot of driving under revocation and resisting an officer and simple assault and stuff like that. But after 2011, you planed out, right?
Well, like that's because I really just had to, I had to go off the radar. Like I had to stay out the way. Because every time I try to, go somewhere, man, the police they know my vehicle, they'll pull up right behind me. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm going to jail for something all over again. Yeah, so like I just stayed on the radar, and I got rid of my vehicle. Got rid of my vehicle.
All right,
And
well,
stayed on the radar.
all right, thank you so much. I'm finished with all my questions.
Any other questions?
No.
I don't see any other questions, Mr. Brown. I think we're prepared to vote. We'll ask Ms. Stapleton to vote first.
Mr. Brown, I see where you now are really getting your life back in order. I see that, I honestly do. But I see a lot of problems in the past. And today, I'm not gonna be able to offer, is it currency? Pardon. Yeah, you're asking for a pardon today. And I'm just not gonna be able to do it. But in the time frame that you have to come back, I really hope you do, because you'll have more time left between you and the last, charges and stuff like that. And I encourage you to do that, please. So today I'm going to vote for denial.
Mr. Prater, we're voting. No, we're voting. Mr. Prater.
Yes, sir. I vote to deny, and if you come back and I'm on the board, I don't want to hear you talking about you being a victim anymore, okay? About illegal police stops and about getting run in and I don't want to hear all that. I want to hear what you've done good since your last arrest, and I want you to get your record straight. That's all. Nine.
Right, no, that's what I was putting.
Yes, sir.
To tell you about everything.
Mr. Freeman.
Everything good.
I concur. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant. I think that from reading your case, I understand some of the things that are happening to you, and it seems like you're trying to get your life back together. And I hope you do.
And so you didn't get the vote you needed today, sir. You needed 4 like votes. I'm glad that you have a Texas address now. Maybe that will help you.
Yeah,
But today, sir, your application for clemency's been denied. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, your current mailing address, sir.
My name is Kenneth Chaney. I live at 9696 Haynes Boulevard. Off J15, New Orleans East, 70127.
All right, sir. And let me acknowledge you have some folks here with you today who are in support. Speaking on your behalf, we have Dale Joseph, Roy Mitchell, and Wayne Barnes.
Correct. Wayne is not here.
He's on Zoom and I can see. Yes, sir. He's here. We have also here with us, we have Cheney, Pearl Bush, and Travis Cheney, all in support.
Yes.
So, sir, let me just read some identifying information into the record, and then we're going to ask you for your statement. We'll hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf, and then we'll start our interview with you. So, Mr. Cheney, you're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms, having been sentenced in Orleans Parish, January of 1990, for a first-degree robbery conviction. You received a 4-year hard labor sentence. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Cheney, tell the board why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
I'm here because I committed that crime under influence. I served my time, and while I was back there, I worked in the system, and when I was released, I got a early off of parole. And since then, I've went back to school, educated myself in substance abuse. I'm a part of a 12-step program, and I'm coming up on 24 years clean, October 23rd. I surround myself with people in that field. I also work in that field. And I have a licensed certified addiction license counselor. I've been doing it for since I got out of school in 2014. And I still maintain active membership in Narcotics Anonymous. And like I said, I work at McClelmore's Voice. I've been there since 23, and before that I was at plea. Before that, I was at Metropolitan Human Resource District. I still go to LASACs, and I go to LASACs for the CEUs. It's ongoing education units, and I need that every other year to be certified to maintain my license. And the job that I do, somewhere I read you have to be motivated to want to stay sober, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm motivated by my 2 children right there. I never, and in the 12-step program, I never made amends to them personally, but I try to do it every day because they had children, and I have 2 little great-grands right now. I never want them to see me like my 2 children right there. So I lost a son and active addiction. He was murdered. And I wasn't there for him. Really, I wasn't there for those 2 because I put them all on my parents. But when I started working with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Dale right here in this 12-step program, I got a chance to look at me. I stayed back there incarcerated for 25 months. And if I'll be honest with you, I was afraid to use. And when I got out, I stayed clean every bit of 8 days before I went back to using. I didn't have the information about substance abuse, dependency, getting honest with self, telling the truth. And since I started working in this 12-step program, I was able to go back to school and graduate with associates and a bachelor. Before then, I had been to college 2 other times. My mother and father sent me to college. But drinking gin and milk on the way to college. Here in Backwood on the yard, I was using. But when I got in this program, after 7 years, it allowed me to go back to school, stay focused, not using a minority substance. And, I'm winning today. I want to thank the board for having me. I want to thank my family and friends for support and Mr. Barnes, but really, I wanted to go a whole lot longer and talk about education. I wanted to talk about, a lot of things, but it's not coming out like I want, but I just know that.
Want to teach class.
Came out fine.
It's coming out fine.
Came out fine.
It did.
I don't want to. I'm winning. I can honestly say thanks to the help of recovery process. These two young men here, the guy here, and my two children, and this is my lady right there. And I'm winning because it's not like it was. I don't wake up. I go to bed with $60 in my pocket. I wake up with $60. I'm not ripping and running. I'm not on Front Street. I'm not living a lifestyle. I haven't done anything to, I'm getting nervous when I see a police car. I can say, hey, officers, you know, but before then, man, it was just, it wasn't good for me. And since I've, learned how to take care of myself better, I'm responsible, and, I'm grateful that y'all will hear my situation. And like I said, I'm grateful for my family and friends for showing up. I'm grateful for the 12-step program. And I'm also grateful for working in this field. I get up 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm 70 years old. I don't work because I want to work. I work because I gotta work. You mess up a lot of years, I'm still having to get up and go to work, and I don't mind. And I'm helping people. And as I'm helping them, I'm constantly helping myself. Thank you all for listening.
Yes,
Thank you.
we're going to hear from the folks who want to speak for you. So first we'll hear from Mr. Barnes on Zoom.
Good morning, folks.
Morning.
My name is Wayne Barnes. I've known Mr. Cheney when he was in undergraduate studies. I was a program. I was community educator for domestic violence and sexual assault program, and I was doing a presentation at the school, and you know, Mr. Cheney was impressed by my presentation, and I never forgot him from that. As time moved on, we met up again. I was the clinical director at CREE, which he mentioned was the IOP substance abuse program. And I watched Mr. Cheney develop and grow, you know, as a professional. So in my estimation, I've worked in criminal justice field for quite some time, all of my adult life, basically. And I can't think of somebody who's more deserving of being pardoned than Mr. Cheney, because he showed exemplary characteristics of somebody who is deserving of, you know, of this move. Not only is he a colleague, I consider him a friend. And everything that he said, I can attest to that he's straight up with y'all. He's telling you exactly the way it goes.
Yes, sir. And thank you for taking the time to speak with us this morning.
Mm-hmm.
We hear from Mr. Mitchell.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm Roy Mitchell. I too am a certified addiction counselor by the state of Louisiana. I'm in private practice. I do work here in the Baton Rouge court system, actually, in state court, city court, and district court here, along with I do a lot of work with contract work with the Corporation Parole Department, actually, and public defender's office. Kenneth and I met probably 24 years ago. It's been that long. I sponsored Kenneth in the program, Narcotics Anonymous. Kenneth is my longest sponsee, actually. Not a clean time, but he's the long. I've had him 24 years as a sponsee. And like Mr. Wayne was saying, I'm very, very proud of, I'm not going to say progress, I'm very proud of everything Kenneth has done, actually. Our program is a program of change. And I think Kenneth is one of the finest examples of change that I know of. He not only, again, like he said, he's since becoming clean, and so 24 years ago, he went back to school at SUNO, and got a degree in substance abuse. I taught over there in school of social work at Southern, at SUNO. I taught a class called Perspectives in Chemical Dependency. And Kenneth was a student of mine actually during that time. But he completed, got a BS degree in substance abuse. He's worked in the field. He helps a lot of others. He has young men in the program that he also sponsors. So he's not only a sponsor of mine, but he sponsors other young men in the program. And he calls me often for sometimes advice what to do, because he works with a dual diagnosis population. I work basically with, I don't do too much dual diagnosis, but all of my referrals come by way of the criminal justice system. All of the referrals I get. And Kenneth is conscientious. He's always trying to be better, trying to get more knowledge of what he's doing. His heart is in his work, aside from his brain. He's just a wonderful example of recovery and change, a change agent. I love him dearly, and I think he was real. I think he's a poster child for a poet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Dale Joseph, please.
Good morning. My name is Dale Joseph, and I'm retired. So I'm grateful for that. That's why I'm here to support Kenneth. I gotta say he's a wonderful human being. I'm a proud member of Narcotics Anonymous, and I've been clean for 29 years. And I remember when Kenneth first came into the program, the rough around the edges and the transformation today of the individual I met 24 years ago to today, it's totally different. He's a wonderful human being. Now, I gotta say that Roy is also my sponsor, but the funny thing about it, it's about attraction rather than promotion, right? And Kenneth, his transformation was so great that when my first sponsor passed away, God rest his soul, Lloyd S., and Kenneth was so attractive, and he told me, say, man, Roy's my sponsor. And that attracted me to Roy. And he still helps me on my process of recovery. An admirer of Kenneth, who went back to school and everything. I've been retired now for about 4 years, and he always encouraged me. He said, why don't you, because I always complain about being lazy, laying around. And he's an inspiration. It's like, well, why don't you get up and go to school? And maybe one day, but just a transformation, man. I tell you what, if I have neighbors, brothers, sisters, and I'm just so proud to know him, to be part of his life, because he's truly a loving and caring individual. I think the world, and I believe the state of Louisiana would do great by giving him an opportunity to continue on that path and being free of the wreckage of his past. I love him.
Yes, sir. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. We appreciate it.
All right.
So, Mr. Cheney, if you'd step back up to the podium, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Sure.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. After 12. Mr. Cheney, I just want to say congratulations. I don't have any questions. Think you done good.
Excellent.
No question?
Me too. I think you could teach a class anywhere you go.
All right,
I got a
Mr.
question.
Go ahead.
You said 24 years clean?
Well, 23 years, 5 months and some change, but they knew me because I tried this thing in 92, 93, it didn't work. I came back in 95, it didn't work. I came back in 98, it didn't work. But in 2001, and Gentleman Roy told me, no, Kenneth, I don't believe it. I tried to help you once before. You go back and get finished and come back. And I was about to walk away and say, Kenneth, call me every day for 30 days. That's the best 30 days of calling a grown man that I did in my life. And I started calling him, I stayed plugged in. And today I'm standing here October 23rd. This year I had about 24 years.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, sir, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
I voted pardon with restoration. Restoration of firearms for y'all that might not.
Mr. Freeman?
I vote to grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Cheney, if we're at 30 years would be better. And you said milk and
Yeah, milk and
Yeah,
gin.
well, I was a teenager when they had sent me to Los Angeles. And I would get up in the morning, looking to do something, and I would get some half a pint, I think, drunk it with milk. I don't know anything.
Pretty good. I concur with Mr. Prater. I think you've done well, and I'm real proud of you also.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I'm real proud of you too. You're an inspiration, and my vote is to concur with Mr. Prater.
My vote is the same, sir. So on your behalf, we'll make the recommendation to the governor, a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Can I say one more thing? I just want to thank my two children right there because, like I said, I didn't make, in my program, you're supposed to make amends, but I never told them I'm sorry. But like I said, I want to show them day after day after day how much I love them and thank them for their support. And I never want them to see me like them to saw me. And they lost a brother, you know, a younger brother. And I don't want them to
Mr. Evans, sir, would you introduce yourself to us? Tell us your name
My
and
name
your,
is Anthony Evans,
what's your current mailing address?
26627 Burger Lane, San Antonio, Texas, 78264.
Okay, and council, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dee Boyer, and I'm here on behalf of Anthony Evans.
Okay, and let me just recognize the folks that have come here also in support. We have Mrs. Evans, Fondia, did I pronounce that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ted Dunham and Kenneth Carmush, and thank y'all for being here today. We'll hear from y'all in just a few moments. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Let me see. So you're here today, Mr. Evans, seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. And let's see, you have, in May 1999, you were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish, conspiracy with possession with intent to distribute cocaine, conspiracy to distribute cocaine, conspiracy to possession of 200 grams or more, but less than 400 grams of cocaine. You received 10-year sentence on each of those, but those were running concurrently. There was another charge, possession with intent to distribute cocaine as a principal. I didn't find a sentence on that one. Then there's counts 5, 6, and 7, which are distribution of cocaine as a principal, 10-year sentence, conspiracy to possess 200, but less than 400 grams of cocaine as a principal, a 30-year sentence, and then count 7, distribution of cocaine as a principal, and you received a 10-year sentence. And those were running concurrently, but consecutive to the first 3 that I read. Now, as I understand it, in my reading, in August of 2009, the court remanded the remaining balance of your sentence and ordered that you be released from incarceration. That the remaining balance be suspended and you be released from incarceration. And then you, in September of 2016, received a favorable recommendation from the pardon board, which was a different board, but that was denied in 2017. Is all that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and Ms. Ferrara, I don't know, normally at this point, we would ask the applicant why they're submitting an application for clemency and why do they deserve it. And I don't know if you'd like to make that presentation, or should we hear from Mr. Evans?
Well, I'd like for Mr. Evans to speak.
Okay.
You know, obviously, I'll definitely have some words to say, whether it be in closing.
Okay.
Just wanted to have him, you know, give him an opportunity to say, I mean, obviously, we're not strangers to, you know, being here. Obviously, we believe that the last time is going to be the best time. So I believe that Mr. Evans' history speaks for himself, everything that he's been doing. But I'll elaborate on that more after Mr. Evans has given an opportunity to speak. And then if it's okay with you all, I'd like to, you know, it's however you want it. I can either speak or I can have the individuals speak on his behalf. So I'll leave that to you all. Just whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
All right. All right. Mr. Evans, the floor is yours.
First, I want to thank the board for this opportunity to come before you guys to plead my freedom with the parole with the pardon. As far as what I'm asking for this original environment, just able to vote and continue on with my life as a true citizen, especially for my job. But currently, I've been employed with Schlumberger, oil and gas. I'm a quality control inspector for the past 13 years there. And to move to the next level, right now I'm a level 3. I must have access to be able to travel outside the country and not to have this type of stuff, you know, laying over my head.
Okay. Okay. So let's hear from the folks who want to speak in support first, and then we'll hear from Ms. Ferrara. So
thank you.
How about Mrs. Evans? Yes, that would be great.
Well, as I was getting ready for this, it was a challenge. And I will tell you why it was a challenge. Because I'm a professor at the university and I'm a trained PhD, so we do research. And I'm thinking, okay, well, if I tell them about something, it has to be valid evidence. And I was thinking, well, I'll talk about my feelings. And I'm thinking, well, everybody has feelings. Feelings are not tangible. It's not necessarily the best evidence, Claudia. And then I was thinking, well, I will talk about his change. But then I'm thinking, no, you cannot talk about his change because to speak about somebody's change, you have to know a person before and after. But I never knew him before he got his sentence. So I'm thinking, well, I cannot speak about that either as a researcher. And I was thinking, what can I say? I will talk to you as a mother. And I think it is the most or the least subjective opinion of Anthony I can give. Because when Anthony and I we got married, I had 2 children from previous marriage. Alexandra was 7 and Arlene was 3. And to say the least, children were in somewhat emotional distress from the previous relationship. And not only Anthony stepped into the position of rebuilding himself or building the relationship with me or rebuilding his life, he also, by the virtue of being their father, he stepped in a position of rebuilding them. I can talk a lot about him as a father, but I will focus on 3 things. First of all, he is beyond reliable. Regardless of the situation, either the oldest one needs to be taken to the college or LSU engineering camp, or the youngest one has an idea of exploring something in marine biology, they can count on him to do whatever it takes to secure their success, driving them, making sure that they're safe, making sure that they have everything that they need to move forward with life confidently. The second one is determination. The whole entire posture of Anthony through the time I've known him, it's about determination. It's not about loud determination. He's not making statements. He's not making loud speeches in front of us. He just doesn't. Regardless, either he goes offshore for 35 days, it's not an easy job. We know that. He misses us, he misses his home. Never one time he complained or he whined. That because he is determined. Or either it's about his cycling. Regardless, day or evening or weekend or how tired he is, his behavior speaks that, hey, I am determined, I'm self-disciplined. If I promised my team, if I promised myself, if I promised my family, I will deliver. Or it's about donation of blood. It's never a question. If he's determined to do that, it will be delivered. And the girls are the same way. The oldest one is going to Texas Tech and she's in pre-vet right now. You guys know how that schools are, they're selective. And many times she expressed that she is, Mom, you know what, I'm not sure if I should do it. Because I know a little bit of fear is talking to her. She doesn't want she doesn't want to be rejected. And that yet 30 seconds later, the determination comes through. Mom, you know what? No. I have enough credits to apply to Texas Tech Vet School and Texas A&M this year. And next year I will apply to LSU. And I said, you go ahead, girl. It's my alma mater, where I got my MBA. You go get and you don't give up. You go after that. And the youngest one, oh gosh, she's full of ideas. And she decided that she needs to learn environmental science in Hawaii because that's the best program she found. but she has restrictions. We told her, Arlene, we are not paying out-of-state tuition. You have to, we don't do sister rivalry. Whatever the oldest one got, the youngest one will get to. And she's determined. She wants to go after the best programs. They got it after Anthony because he exemplified it. She found a way, she connected with Coast Guard of Hawaii, and she made sure that she will be able to attend that program at some point through working with the Coast Guard of State of Hawaii. And my last point is about Anthony's love. Anthony doesn't speak much. And his love is very quiet. But his love is very consistent. And that's exactly what children needed after what they went through in my first relationship. He is there regardless of how they behave. He is there regardless of what they say. He is there regardless of what they do. And this is the definition of unconditional love. It does not mean that he's trying to please them all the time. He holds them accountable. But they know that he will be there no matter what. If they need their truck fixed, if they need their tire checked, if they need to be driven at nighttime or evening time to their friend's house, or if sometimes they need to be straightened out. His behavior did not change throughout the time, regardless of if they were 5 years old or now the oldest one is 22. He's consistently present. There is no punishment. There is holding them accountable, but he never withholds his love to punish them.
Okay, yes, ma'am, I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap it up.
I'm sorry, it's my husband, I appreciate it.
Right, I understand. I'm gonna have to limit your other speakers.
So that is 3 points that I wanted to make, ma'am, and I really appreciate your patience, and I hope this evidence were valid enough for you to see who Anthony is and who has he been as a father to my girls.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Dunham, we'd like to hear from you, and I need you to limit it to about 2 minutes, sir.
Oh, I might be a little tough on me. Folks, thank you. My name's Ted Dunham. I've been Anthony and Claudia's neighbor since probably 2016 on Virgo Lane. I moved out last year, but I still stay in close touch with them. Anthony, as a neighbor, I traveled a lot in my working days. And so one day I came home and my grass was mowed. And I'm thinking, well, who the hell did that? Excuse me, who did that? Was it the neighbor or the neighborhood association that they would charge me for it? But no, it was Anthony. He knew that I traveled a lot. And so he could mow my grass and take care of it for me simply because I didn't have time to. He took care of my needs, not that I really asked for it, but he took care of me as a person. We developed a great relationship with the family, the daughters, dogs, everybody. It was good. I learned a lot from Anthony. He's a great handyman, so to speak. He helped me with so much in my house that I couldn't do myself in my age. It was hard for me to do things. I really appreciate the fact that he came over without even asking anything. It meant a lot to me. He was just a stand-up guy. There's a saying in Spanish that somebody is muy buena gente. He's all around. So this gentleman is buena gente, good person. It's been an honor to have him as my neighbor, and I'm even more honored to be able to come up here and speak to you good folks on his behalf. And hopefully, what I've said will have some sort of positive.
Thank you, sir.
So much. 2 minutes?
You did it.
You did
good.
Good job.
Good job. All right, and Mr. Tarmish.
This is my third time here with Anthony on I'm not a speaker, so I want to just try to make it short and sweet. I met Anthony in the early 90s. He and I was working together as partners. Things went on with him, went through, we stayed in contact. Over time, he was incarcerated, we stayed in contact. He stayed in touch with his kids. He got out, I was there to pick him up. I picked him up. In fact, by that time, I had started my company. He came aboard, I hired him on as a supervisor, overseer project we had going on at Bay. From there, he went on to start working offshore. Of course, he met employee at that time, went to work. Now he's investing, bought a home in Denham Spring. Then from there, a new employee by this time, went to Houston, bought a home there. Then from there, went to San Antonio, still working, still in San Antonio. Like Claudia said, I've noticed him with his biological kids, how he spend time with them, trying to get to know them, even though there's things that interrupted that, but with his kids with Claudia, it's like he's a family man. I see the guy dedicated with my kids. I mean, I can recall a time where one of my daughters was working for me. She had just came from California. She didn't have transportation. Their daughter, they had graduated her to another car. Anthony gave my daughter the car to move around. And I'll just say he's a standard guy. I mean, things happen. I think he's been rehabilitated from that. And all the signs I see with him, we like brothers now. I mean, we talk on a regular basis. And I hope that you all find in your heart to where y'all can pardon what y'all guys did, more did last.
Thank you
So much.
very good. All right, Ms. Ferrara, would you
Thank you
like to hear
so
from
much.
you?
So I want to thank you all for the privilege of appearing before you all today on behalf of Mr. Evans. And when I say a privilege, it is a privilege. It's wonderful to see somebody that has come so far. I have been with him since the beginning. And I will say, here I am again. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe in what he has done, where he has come from, and who he is today, more important. Isn't that the goal of the Department of Corrections? To see somebody rehabilitated. And I think the theme here that we've seen, when you heard from his wife, from his neighbor, and from his friend, actions speak louder than words. We heard Claudia mention reliability, determination, and consistent love. Mr. Evans has never wavered. Even in the face of adversity, it's recommended, it didn't get approved, he continued on the path of living the right way. It has been 26 years since his last conviction in 1999. He has continued to live a productive, law-abiding life since his release in 2009. It's been almost 20 years. Anthony lives a life of stability. 13 years with the same company, married 11 years, living in the same house in San Antonio for almost 9 years. The assistant DA, and I attached a copy of the minutes, Charles Gray, a very revered and seasoned prosecutor, was the assistant DA when he was sentenced to almost 15 years, and he was the same assistant DA in the minutes who agreed to the motion for reconsideration and didn't object to his immediate release in 2009. He believed in Anthony. He believed in second chances. And Anthony has never taken that for granted since his release in 2009. Because as you can see, his actions speak louder than words. And here we are 16 years later. Anthony is an example of how DOC can help people succeed in life with the hope of never reoffending. I always say, I said it last time and I say it again, he is a poster child for the Department of Corrections. And I know in your application, it's not about vindication. That's not what he's looking for. It's about forgiveness. And if anybody has earned that, it is Mr. Anthony Evans. If he isn't granted a pardon, I honestly can't think of anyone more deserving than him. Truly. And I know that's the purpose here. And I also get that, hey, this is a selective process, as it should be. It shouldn't be handed out like candy. This should be recommended to individuals who have earned it. And truly, Mr. Anthony Evans has earned this. He's never proven the pardon board wrong either. Each time a recommendation was made, Anthony continued to live right no matter what. His actions speak louder than words, and this time, God willing, is the last time we will have to come before you all. We pray that you will provide a favorable recommendation for Mr. Evans, and then ultimately that our governor will see the work that he's done. It reflects his character, as stated by the individuals here today, but more importantly, by his actions since his release in 2009. I want to thank you again for the opportunity and for the privilege of standing before you all today. I truly am so proud. I've been doing this almost 30 years, and I can say from my heart that really, it's rare to see somebody that's turned their life like this. And I think the most impressive thing is that Claudia, herself a distinguished PhD, she described the way he is with her children. And we all know how mamas are, mama bears. And for the impact that he's left on her children, the reliability, the determination, the consistent love, the incredible example that he set again by his actions, because actions do speak louder. So I want to thank you all again and respectfully request a favorable pardon on behalf of Mr. Anthony Evans. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. So,
Last thing, real quick, I have to say one thing, because there was an affidavit attached and we didn't have Ms. Crystal Brown. She is not here, but she was the work release coordinator for Richwood Correctional Center. And I just have to say this, the words she used, it is a genuine honor to write the statement for Anthony Evans. He excelled, he remained faithful to himself and the program, risen to the top, remained employed. Anthony is the prime example of what rehabilitation is. He has proven himself more than any offender I know. Please consider this pardon for Anthony Evans. After all the years of work and growing since his incarceration, he deserves it. So I think if anything says it, it's Ms. Crystal Brown's statement as well. So thank y'all again.
right, thank you. Mr. Evans, your case is assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer any questions?
I'm right here. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, ma'am.
You had to wait a little while, huh?
A long while.
Okay. Well, Mr. Evans, your case is stunned me, and I just have to, I just get to the nitty gritty on stuff like this and go ahead. I tell you one thing, something that really, it's long. We read things sometimes they're 200 pages. But when number 6, when it asks a question, it's real easy to tell a half truth or hedge or something like that. And it's very hard to be completely honest on something when you're asking for a pardon, because you're afraid of every single word that comes out of your mouth, much less what you put on paper. So I was really impressed when you came forward with what being incarcerated did, how it caused your life to stop. And it's just very short. It was a painful but much needed and appreciated life lesson learned when the state of Louisiana brought my life to a complete stop by holding me accountable for my lousy decisions. I was sentenced to 50 years for having cocaine in my possession and distributing cocaine. I mean, you didn't pull any punches for yourself. And I respected that. So I wanted to tell you that. A couple of things I have to question you about is, you say here that you need, you need a pardon, and I understand that you've been clean for 26 years. That's understandable too. But you're a resident alien here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that
You want to apply for a green card and in
Yeah,
order
I
to
have,
get,
I have, agreed.
you have a green card?
Yes, I have everything, but to able to,
Renew it.
yes,
Yes, to renew it, you need your pardon. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I wanted to ask about that. And you travel internationally, so you just need all of that kind of.
Yes, that's
I understand. So my other question is, why do you need it with guns? You
well,
need a pardon, but why do you need it with guns?
the last time that I didn't put with a gun, what I understood, it was rejected because I didn't have it. And I mean, that's not an issue.
No, that's not right. That's okay. Yeah, I don't know how that happened because that's really not an issue.
No, that's not an issue.
I think that was it. Now, listen, you're gonna have to, the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, they're opposed because of that, your early sentence. That was a lot of drugs and distribution and stuff like that. And, one of them was you were armed with a firearm, okay? So that would be another reason to say without firearm, even though it was so long ago. But the East Baton Rouge District Attorney's Office, they're gonna defer to us, the board, as to how we feel about the, but they don't want the firearm either. So I just wanted to let you know, and we didn't hear anything back from the Baton Rouge City Police. I am so impressed with everything you've done with your life and, you to be commended. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Any other question? I don't see any questions, so I think we're ready to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to approve your pardon without firearms.
Mr. Prater?
Concur.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny, terrible, terrible, terrible criminal history and the amount of drugs that was sold. There was plenty of victims.
Mr. Tillis?
The vote is to, grant with firearms.
My vote today would be to recommend pardon without firearms based on the objection by the DA's office. So you did get 4 favorable votes for the pardon. The majority says pardon without restoration of firearms. So that is the recommendation we're going to make on your vote. Good luck to you, sir. All right, Mr. Gant, would you introduce yourself to the board? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Wayland RBN, address 77806.
All right, and let me acknowledge that you have your wife, Janet, and your mother, Myrtle, who are here. They want to speak on your behalf, and we'll call on them at the appropriate time to do so. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record. So, Mr. Gant, your DOC number is 521555. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in 2007 in Sabine Parish in January. You received a 5-year sentence for operation of a clandestine lab. Natchitoches Parish, January 22nd, 2007, operation of a clandestine lab, a 5-year sentence. Caddo Parish, March 7, 2007, possession of methamphetamines. You received a 5-year sentence. And in Jackson Parish, August 8, 2007, possession of methamphetamines, you received a 5-year sentence. Is all that information correct? So tell us, sir, before we start our interview with you, we want you to tell us, why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? How did you get in all this trouble, and why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Just made some really bad choices. Made the point when I got out to not do this thing anymore. I stayed away from it. I completed my parole and all that without any kind of write-ups at all. Zero. I've been self-employed now for 13 years. Restored my relationship with my family. I learned my lesson a long time ago.
Great. So,
my main desire is just to get back to rock and clean. That's it.
Okay, well, let's hear from, how about your wife, Miss Janet Gant? We'd like to hear from you. Is there something you'd like to tell us? You can just go stand up next to him so we can record your testimony.
Yeah, I don't have what to say. This chapter of his life is already over with. And then I would do them. He's a wonderful husband. He's been a father to my children. The best grandfather. Good provider. Good Christian. We go to church every Sunday. They'll love in the community. I mean, I can almost not see him being that person that he obviously was at the time. You know? He's just not that person.
Oh, well, glad you're here. Thanks for being here today. We appreciate it. And Mom, we'd like to hear from you. Ms. Myrtle.
Randy had a very good life for a very long time. He had a short period where he went off on to the wrong direction, but he came back. And I talked to him, his wife, every week. We live about an hour apart. I'm a CPA. Or was, not anymore, I just retired. And I do the books for his company. So we talk often over that. And besides that, he's a good son. He's my only child. He's a good daddy. He's a good grandfather. And I think he hasn't had anything to do with drugs or any of that kind of life. He knew that he had to change, and to do that, he had to have new friends, and he has those now. And I feel certain that that chapter in his life has been over for a very long time now. See, back since before, 2007, since he went to jail, I mean, it changed. And he did very good when he was in jail. He went through the work program and all of that. And the Sherry that worked with him there was a very big.
Good to hear. Thanks for being here. All right, Mr. Gant, you want to step back up to the podium? Your case this afternoon has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gant. I want to ask you, that seemed to all take place like in a 5-month period. What the heck was going on?
Drugs.
From 03 to 08, the same year. I showed the arrest dates as 206. It probably went to court 207.
Yeah, all happened in very short time.
Buying Sudafed, cook judge. I mean, what caused the change in you? I mean, were you using it too?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. And you were manufacturing it.
That's not.
So you're requesting a pardon with firearms so that you can, did you have any firearms involved in any of your arrests or anything? No, you.
There's nothing about it. There's never no violence.
There was one time it says that you were arrested for domestic abuse battery, illegal carrying of a weapon, possession of methamphetamines, possession of a firearm in the presence of a control.
I didn't do anything to it.
But you did have one on you.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was in the presence of a controlled dangerous substance. And so it was in your jacket pocket and you had a loaded needle.
But it wasn't a gun.
It wasn't a gun?
No, man, it wasn't a gun, was it?
Yes.
It was a gun?
Yes, I have.
And
I
you had
thought
the
you had
needle.
knives on it. Okay. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. I thought it was just knives.
Well, did you have knives on you too?
Yes, ma'am.
So there you go.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so problem there. So, yeah, because you had the double bladed knife in your boot. Why were you carrying all that stuff?
I've been used to it. Dealing with drugs, it's a lot of rough things.
Okay. Amazingly, with all of this, you don't have any opposition from law enforcement. No comments. And so I find that absolutely amazing.
I truly got a lot to go.
I see that. You got a fabrication shop and you're doing really well.
I've truly changed.
You had 5 months. I just, anyway, I'm gonna pass it along to somebody else. Somebody else might be able to.
I had a lot of terrible choices.
Yeah, it was a bad period there, no doubt about it.
Do you do any community service work or have you since all this happened, trying to help others?
No.
Just staying out of trouble.
I did 3 years and 9 months in jail. That I wouldn't, they didn't ask me to do any community service afterwards. I mean, me and Miss Sherry Moore that runs the work release over there got to be really, really, really close. I still talk to her from time to time today, even after I've been out 10 years. She was a very positive influence. Her and the sheriff, both me and Sheriff Jones got to be good for us. I was in there, I was a welder. And I built some stuff for him and we got to be friends. After I started my business, he even allowed me to get some workers out of work with him.
Good to hear. All right, I
I'm
don't,
going to executive session. Yeah.
we have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton for executive session.
A second.
There's a second by Mr. Tillis. Can you call the roll?
Ms. Donaldson,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Parole,
Yes.
Tillis,
Yes.
Davis.
Yes.
So we are going to be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. All right, is there any opposition? Hearing none, we're back in regular session. It's 12:53.
I have one question.
Sure.
What have you done? What's your key to staying clean and sober?
Just, it's a mindset, you know, you gotta, people that wanna do right, just, it's just a mindset. You can wanna do right, or you don't.
And you were doing meth?
So,
You do any
That's-
AA, any,
That's hard to.
any treatment?
I haven't done it since.
Oh, I
Not
believe,
once.
I believe that.
I'm just pretty strong willed. I mean, I'm the kind of person that if I wanna do something, there's nothing you can do to stop me, and if I don't wanna do it, there ain't nothing you can do to make me.
Is that true? I'll ask the wife.
It's just,
Okay.
well, that's a little different.
No, it is true. He's 100% in.
Okay, that's all
without
that's all.
whatever
You're 100%
Fishing
in
included.
Yeah.
Yes, that was fishing.
I got out of jail in May of 2010. And I actually had a wreck 2 months later and broke my back. Laid flat on my back for close to a year, couldn't do nothing. And then when I got back where I could kind of go and do things again, I couldn't work for nobody else then. It burnt my career. Couldn't work for anybody else because I couldn't pass physical. So I started my own business with $0 in my pocket, not a penny. I had to borrow the money to buy a welder to go back to work. And 13 years later, I'm still doing it. I just had a major back surgery in November that most people probably would have walked away from. And I'm already back at work. I'm pretty strong mind.
Do you take pain medication?
I do. I take chronic pain medication. If you've seen the scars in my back, you'd understand why.
Yes, sir.
But he's going through,
Yeah, I'm,
pain management.
yes. I mean,
So
I'll-
pain man, you go to a pain management doctor?
Yes, sir. Dr. Sean Spear in Alexandria. I've been going to him for 10 years. Ever since I had to live it. I mean, I got rods in my back from my pelvis all the way up between my shoulder blades. I was back at work for 7 weeks after the surgery.
The hunting, what kind of hunting do you like to do? What is
Deer
that?
hunting, duck hunting, all that. I like deer hunt, squirrel hunt, duck hunt. I mean, the only thing I've been able to do is sheriff. Found out for me that I could have a boat back when I got off paper. I got off parole. So I've been able to boat hunt, but that's it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's all I've been able to do. That's, I mean, I grew up hunting and fishing my whole
So
life.
you miss it a lot.
And that's
Children,
just-
grandchildren?
Yes, ma'am. Got 7 granddaughters, a grandson, and 2 on the way.
Okay, there's a lot of people that's nothing to children. Okay, you ready to vote? Yes, I am. I'm ready to vote today. I mean, golly, what you did was very, very serious. But it's amazing. It was a 5-month period, but good grief. I'm gonna vote to grant you a pardon with restoration of firearms because you want to hunt. That's my vote. Mr. Prater.
I vote to grant you your pardon without restoration of firearms. Kind of like kissing your sister, but it's something. It's something, but it's just not the firearms that you want.
Mr. Freeman,
I vote to grant with firearm.
Mr. Tillis,
My vote is to grant without firearms. I concur with Mr. Prater.
my vote today is to grant with the pardon with restoration of firearms. So you've got a unanimous vote for the pardon and the majority says with restoration of firearms. So that's the recommendation we'll make on your back to the governor. So the next correspondence you'll get is from that office. Good luck to you, sir. All right, good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
Johnson, 19,
And your zip. All
34.
right, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Johnson, you're here this afternoon seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. Your DOC number is 337797. You were sentenced in Terrebonne Parish, 1994 for 3 counts of armed robbery. You were sentenced to 40 years on each count. Those sentences were running concurrently together. You were released on good time and remain on supervision now, but you were released on good time in September of 2011. And your full term date is January 2032. Does all that sound right? Okay. Let me acknowledge you have your brother here, Mr. Herbert Johnson. We're going to call on you in just a moment, sir, for your remarks. So, Mr. Johnson, tell us what got you in all that trouble and why are you here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
In 1992, actually, was with a group of friends. We went to a nightclub. I was in several bars. Turned out one friends, the guy owed me some money, and that's what that kind of turned into. That was my first time ever being in terrible parish. It was a bad situation.
So, what was your role in the armed robbery?
I was with him. Like I said, we were going to a nightclub. Like I said, I never been down there before. Like I said, we were going up with the guy, we said, we put some money, transaction or something that to that sort of. It's took a left turn.
So, why are you seeking the pardon with restoration of firearms?
It was initially it was just a firearm, but it was, I guess. I mean, I was I like to hunt and stuff like that, so I guess that's one of the reasons. But this that's just a hard.
All right. Well, before we start our interview, we'd like to hear from your brother. Okay, sorry, you want to stand up by next to your brother and tell us what you want us to know.
Yeah. My name is Shirley Johnson. I'm also Darnell's big brother and also his boss. I have 2 funeral homes here in the States, one in New Orleans and one in Port Allen, Louisiana. And Darnell, since he's been out, he's been working at the funeral home. Also, he works Great Bryant being for Cadillac in New Orleans. And he also works in I have a 501(c) for the at-risk kids. And we have a mentorship program. He comes in and speaks to the kids. When he was a kid, he messed up. He was 17. He didn't know it. And he was a kid then. So we like him to come in and talk to you guys and, keep him on the straight and narrow because he was a prior prisoner and now he's a dad, homeowner, businessman. And you can recover and become something, even if you have a little bump in the road early on in life. So that's why I'm standing before y'all to let you know that I'm really proud of him. But in terms of like, around.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We appreciate you being here and appreciate your support of your brother. Mr. Johnson, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman this afternoon. Would you answer his question?
Okay, Mr. Johnson, how old are you?
52,
That's what I had down, but you don't look that old. Okay, and how long did you actually serve in jail?
19 years and 9 months.
19 years, 9 months. You was 18 when all of this happened, correct?
Sir.
Now, it's kind of a rash of things. Y'all after starter jackets? Is that was the big, I know that was a big deal back then. That was what y'all was trying to get?
Well, that's what they made out of. And like I said, I was being honest about what actually happened. It wasn't a situation where we actually see that's one of the problems with this. So it was literally a situation where the guy went through, he said some guys wouldn't give money. See a guy, pull up more guys, and I guess they didn't have the money or whatever. That's what happened.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you now, today is the day to tell me the whole truth, because you have not done anything since this happened.
Well,
but there was more than one robber. So you had to kind of know that they were starting to rob people, correct?
I did.
Okay.
And, my lawyer, Ms. Margaret Southern, she asked me the same question. And she was like, well, if that happened, I would have got out and I would have left.
Right.
And it was crazy because I was in a place that I didn't know, and I felt more comfortable when I called 3 people that I knew that was robbing people. Well, maybe it wasn't 3 people, it was actually 1 person that actually committed robbery than I did in a place where I never been. I was 18 years old. I had never been out of New Orleans before without my parents and without these guys. It was like my first time out being out by myself.
Okay, and how long you been out? When did you get out?
13 years.
You're right, and I read your narratives and stuff. You've had no problems whatsoever on probation or parole. You never got sanctioned or anything? Right. Let's see. I have no further questions.
Question?
Yeah.
Mr. Tillers?
You guys don't look like morticians. But what would you do now if you were to call somebody, they were robbing?
Well, now.
What would you do now if you were in that position again?
Oh, I would get out.
You in New York City, you stay with them or?
I would be easy to go there.
Okay, I have no more questions.
I made a note on my here that says auction license. Are you trying to get a license?
Yes, ma'am.
To auction, to be an auctioneer?
No, it's a buy sell.
Oh, okay, cars. Okay, I see. Yeah, and you explained that you work for.
Right.
Okay, I understand. I didn't understand that in the beginning. All right, I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to ask for the vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, my vote today would be to grant without restoration of power.
Right, Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur. Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
My vote is the same. I would recommend, my vote is rather, pardon without restoration of firearms. So we will make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you, sir. All right, good afternoon. Ms. Rashonda, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Hello, everyone. My name is RASHUNDA DOCK. My current mailing address is 3321 Fernwood Lane in Shreveport, Louisiana.
And your zip?
71108.
Thank you. And let me acknowledge that you have your cousin Daryl who wants to speak on your behalf. We're going to ask for his remarks in just a moment.
All right, thank you.
First, I'm going to do some preliminary. Ms. Dock, your DOC number is 623486. You are seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish in March of 2014 for 2 counts of vehicular homicide. You received a 10-year sentence. All but 3 years was suspended, and you were placed on 5 years of active probation. Is that information correct?
That is correct.
All right, Ms. Dock, tell us why you are seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
I've currently haven't been in any trouble since the time of that occurred, and since that time, I have gotten a Louisiana state medical license. I've gotten a national certified phlebotomy license, and I often apply for jobs, and I'm still unable to get those jobs due to my background. I do currently work now, but it's just certain positions that I'm applying for that I'm not able to get, as well as I wanted to do the nursing program. And when I looked into doing the nursing program for RN, for registered nursing, I could not do that with this on my background. So I am seeking to get a pardon. So when I'm applying for those higher positions or trying to continue my education, I'm allowed to do so.
Great, thank you. We'd like to hear from your cousin, Mr. Daryl Dock.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Daryl Dock. I'm also speaking on the behalf of Rashonda. She has been a great asset to myself and my family in the aspect of just really quick when she lost both of her parents and I lost my grandmother was custody of mine. She took me in her home. And with that being said, I have been able to accomplish a lot of things through her trials and tribulations in life, meaning I'm an OSHA health and safety professional now. I have a Class A CDL. Rashonda helped me in those areas, even though she was going through and has been limited on certain job opportunities, but it never discouraged her to push me to add more to my my resume. So it has been truly a blessing for me to be able to be in the position that I am in now because of her support.
All right. Thank you, sir. Rashonda, today your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How you doing?
How much time did you serve?
I did about 14 months. No, I'm sorry. I did right at 9 months. And then the rest of my time, yes, sir. And then the rest of my time I was on papers with the state.
Okay. The people that you had the accident with, they ran the stop sign?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. You were speeding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you guys been drinking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
Do you still drink?
Just occasionally or sociably, not that often as well. I can't due to health issues, inflammation and stuff like that. So hardly never.
So have you ever been, you mentioned you need this for career advancement or schooling or whatever. Have you ever been denied entry into school because of the felony? Or have you ever been denied a job because of a felony on your record?
Yes, ma'am. I have been denied several jobs because of the felony on the record. Not when I first started trying to do the nursing classes, I was able to take like the first courses that you have to take leading up to it, like the English and things like that. But the more you get towards the degree part of it, that's when I realized that just doing my research on it, that I could not continue to take classes in that field with this type of with this on my background, because they're going to do a background check on you and all of that before you are allowed to continue in the nursing program.
Do you do any community service now?
Not at this time, I don't. I did donate through Pioneers of America, and I did Meals on Wheels for a little bit, but at this time, I'm not doing any community service.
Any other questions?
Yeah, why would you need a firearm?
Oh, I didn't know that the firearm was included in it until she just stated that. I was doing it specifically based on me having a partner. I did hear her say something about firearms, but I've never had one, never held one, or any of that.
Okay, thank you.
So I wasn't even aware that that was included in this session.
All right, I don't see any other questions. So I think we're prepared to vote. We'll ask Mr. Tillis for his vote.
My vote is to grant without without firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur, Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
As do I, Ms. Dock. My vote also is the pardon without restoration of firearms. So on your behalf, we're going to make that recommendation for you. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you all. That's it.
Yeah.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Carey. Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and your current mailing address, please?
My name is TRINITRIA Carey. My mailing address is 5615 Clayton Court, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70805.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here this afternoon. I know it's been a long day. You've been waiting all day for this. So you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have sentences in both. I'm sorry,
having trouble hearing you
in
guys.
Jefferson Parish. 4 counts of
Wait, hold on one second. I can't hear. It keeps stalling. Let me go to. Ma'am?
Is that better? Can you hear us?
Wait, let me move. Let me come from the jury room into the courtroom. Okay.
Is that better?
Yes, that is better.
Okay. So I was saying you have sentencing in Jefferson Parish, 1998 for theft of goods. You received a 6-month parish jail sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 1-year probation and resisting an officer, 6 months parish jail, suspended 1-year probation. Another sentencing date in March 2003 in Orleans Parish, possession of Schedule II cocaine. You received a 3-year DOC sentence and that was suspended. You were placed on 3 years probation. Is all that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And would you tell us this afternoon, why are you seeking the pardon with restoration of firearms?
I am seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms specifically because I now am divorced. My sons are grown and live away from home, and I live alone. I was also kidnapped and raped when I was 18. And so I think I just would feel safer if I had the ability to protect myself. I mean, I have all the usual things, cameras, a dog, and a bunch of those things, but I also work for the criminal court system. So there are a lot of times, like when we have trials, that I'm coming home really late at night alone, like in a neighborhood that is not well lit. So that's why I requested my pardon with firearms.
Right. Well, thank you, ma'am. Your case this afternoon was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Of course.
Yes, ma'am. I was mainly keyed in on looking at your application that you filled out. And I see you got quite a few arrests on there and dispositions for them. And as you know, from you have anything to do with the court system, you know how confusing arrest sheets, rap sheets, and all that can be.
Absolutely, sir.
And you trying to put your history together, you probably got confused with it all too. But there were a couple questions I wanted to ask you about. Of course, we agree in 1997 about the cocaine deal. And that's one. Another, let's see, another charge on, according to this, is the 2003 possession of cocaine charge. Were you charged with cocaine on 2 different times in 2003?
I was not that I recall. So I had some confusion over the discrepancies on my rap sheet as well. There were some charges that said possession of heroin. There was supposed to be, I'm not sure, but because I got them expunged, the attorney that I actually consulted with told me I had to put on the application what was actually on the rap sheet.
Yes, ma'am. And regardless of the expunging, you had to put on here, yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's what
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And that's what I was confused about, because on one thing you say that the cocaine charges were null-prossed by the district attorney, but you also have that you were served time or were given a sentence for them.
So, okay, I was arrested and put on probation in 2002, if I'm not mistaken. It may have been 2003. I got arrested later on that year. I think October, maybe September, October. Those charges were not pressed, and I was continued on probation that I successfully completed, I think, in 2005.
Okay, so I think we're right. You were arrested for cocaine 2 times that same year, and one was null-prossed, one you got probation or whatever.
Okay, I know there was a discrepancy in some of the statutes, but I couldn't really figure it out. So I just put whatever the statute was that was on the rap sheet.
Okay, what I was getting at is, and there's another charge in 2000, and it says refused by the DA, but really it was an 894 situation, correct? It was
no, I don't think
crime against nature and
so I had 2 separate ones. One was refused by the DA, and I remember there was another that was, if I remember correctly, it may have been, I may have pled guilty to a lesser responsive verdict and got a 6-month like unsupervised probation or something like that.
what I was getting at is, Ms. Carey, and I don't want to go over every little thing on your sheet. I was just trying to get to the point of your truthfulness, to make sure that you had filled this form out correctly. And
okay.
There was, and like that, it wasn't really refused by the DA. It really was, you pled guilty to a lesser charge. Out of the 2 charges, you pled guilty to one of them. You pled guilty.
There were 2 separate arrests, though.
No, ma'am. You were charged with 2 things, and you say on your form it was refused by the DA, but on your rap sheet it shows that you pled guilty and got a sentence, and then you were 894. I know it's confusing, isn't it? I just want to know if you're lying.
No, I remember being arrested. I remember being arrested on 2 separate occasions.
For that charge.
For the same charge.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And all right. Well, I don't think it's, I mean, your arrest record is I mean, you were a ring-tailed tutor 22 years ago.
Yeah, yes, I was.
Okay. But did you ever hurt anybody?
No, I did not. Nobody except myself and my family.
Did you ever shoot a gun at anybody?
No, I have not.
Did you ever carry a gun?
No, I have not.
Okay, that's all I got.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I have one question.
Mr. Frankie.
How did you kick the habit of those drugs? Did you go to treatment, AA, NA? What caused you to turn your life around?
I went, so after being, like I said, I got kidnapped and raped when I was 18. You know, in my community, we didn't really do counseling. So I turned to drugs for a while, dropped out of school. I ended up going to treatment through the drug court program, which was a condition of my last fine. And I ended up in Narcotics Anonymous. And the funny thing is, I was watching you all on YouTube before my turn. And when I saw Kenneth, well, we don't use last names in Narcotics Anonymous. So I'm jumping up and down when you granted Kenneth his pardon. I know Roy Mitchell. I sponsor women. I am still actively involved in the program of Narcotics Anonymous and in my community. So I have been clean for 21 years.
Oh,
Okay.
Congratulations.
congratulations. Yeah.
No other questions.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. We're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater,
Grant with restoration.
Mr. Freeman,
Grant with restoration.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton.
Grant with restoration.
My vote today is the same. So on your behalf, Ms. Carey, we're going to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
All right, good afternoon, ma'am. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Hi, my name is SHAQUITA BRYANT, 5131 Kent Avenue, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71108.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish in October 2007 for domestic abuse battery. You received a 6-month probation. It was, let's see, 4 months parish jail that was suspended. You were placed on 6-month active probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was a misdemeanor conviction. However,
Yes,
the conviction does prohibit you from having a firearm, so that's why we're here today. Is that right?
Correct.
Why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
I'm seeking a pardon being that the incident happened in 2007, which is 18 years ago. I have reformed from that. I'm currently divorced from the subject at this time. I work at the Caddo Parish Sheriff Department as a deputy, and I want to advance my career as a post deputy, and I know I will have to have a concealed weapon to do so.
All right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer this question?
Okay, Ms. Bryant.
Yes, ma'am.
So this incident involved you and your husband, correct? Oh,
Correct.
Volume.
She said correct.
Sir?
Okay, so your conviction happened, you and your husband was in an argument and he got shot in the leg, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and actually he tried to cover it up, but you admitted to the police you shot him. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me what went on. I mean, you ended up with a black eye too. Were y'all having a pretty violent confrontation?
Yes, this wasn't the first altercation with my husband and I. I was in a very abusive, mentally, physically, and verbal abusive marriage. He was an alcoholic, and at times he would get drunk and then there'd be altercations. This particular day, it was like out of hand. I don't know. I may have said the wrong thing. I may have looked at him wrong, but it just turned out really bad. And I was really at the peak of my core. I was like, I'm over it. It's too much. And all I can see was my life before me this day. So all I knew was to try to defend myself in whichever way I could.
Okay. Tell me about the aggravated battery in 2012. What was that about?
That was an altercation with a female that was calling my home.
You're breaking up. So what was it caused by?
I'm hearing it's like it's replaying back what I've already said to you.
Do you have your YouTube on?
I'm hearing a recording.
Is YouTube on in the background?
Yeah, what on?
Yeah, YouTube. You have to turn off the YouTube.
I think so. Oh yeah, that's probably what it is. Because I was watching it before. Okay. So I think it's down now. There was an altercation between a female, Christina Stringer, and myself back when I was, I guess, dealing with someone else, and she called my home to my husband, letting him know what was going on with him, me with another party. And when she saw me at someone's home, she approached me as if she wanted to fight. And all I saw is her coming out of her pocket with something. So that's what made me retaliate and to defend myself.
Yeah, what did you cut her with? Was it a knife?
Yeah. It was a knife.
Okay, thank you. So also, let's go a little further. Then in 2015, there was another domestic abuse battery that was null pros. What was that about?
2015.
Yeah, arrested by a Shreveport.
Sure. I'm not familiar with that.
Okay.
For domestic abuse?
2009, the cruelty to a juvenile. What was that about?
The one that was dismissed?
Right. Yeah. What did they allege happened there?
Okay. I was a bus driver My kids was going to Linwood Charter School and a fight broke out. I got out the bus to break the fight up and they put me entangled. I was entangled with that situation at the time. And they thought, I guess they must have thought that I was trying to fight a child or something, but I was acquitted for that because
Right,
it
that's
was
all.
not true.
Those parts. That's why I was just trying to get to see whether it actually happened. Okay, and you completed a domestic abuse battery class, haven't you, already, while you was on probation?
Yes, yes, sir.
And you do community service. You have a nonprofit to feed homeless.
Yes, I do. My nonprofit is Giving Hands. I feed the homeless, aid the less fortunate. I also implement self-sufficiency. Actually, I have my first Easter egg hunt this Saturday for the kids at a nearby park.
Great, great. Appreciate that. Any other community service that you do?
Yes, I also volunteer at the Providence House when they need help to do that. At the food bank, I also help there. At the church, I volunteer services there with the youth. So I'm just a community activist at this time. I try to help people that needs help.
Okay. Sounds good. I have no further questions.
Any other questions?
I have no questions.
Why do you need this pardon?
We just lost the audio.
We lost you
Did you want
again.
to get a job with the sheriff's office?
She's currently working at sheriff's office. That's what I want to find out.
Can you hear us? We can't hear you. Is she on mute now?
Maybe mute it and take it off.
Can you try to mute your device and then unmute it? Maybe that'll help. We're not hearing any audio from you.
Let me start over.
Can you put her on the phone? We're gonna give you a call.
There you go.
Yeah.
Makes you the best.
Yeah, she got more communication. Hey.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Prager has some questions.
Okay, why do you need the pardon with firearms?
Because I want to further my career as a post deputy. Currently, I'm just a deputy, but I know I will have to do so.
Can you mute your computer so we can just hear the phone?
Okay, can you hear me good now?
Okay, we can hear you. Okay, so you currently are a deputy, but you're not a post deputy.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
And so you work at corrections? Is that where you are?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And you okay. The other question I had was, in this abusive relationship, it concerns me that you went out to your car. You left when y'all were fussing and fighting inside, you went out to your car, retrieved your gun, and you shot it to make sure it would work and that you knew how to operate it, and then went inside and shot him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you stabbed your friend in the other case, what did you end up pleading guilty to? Simple battery?
That's correct.
How bad was that person hurt?
It wasn't bad. It wasn't life threatening.
Where did you stab her? In the.
It was somewhere around the neck or the shoulder port.
Okay,
Port.
all right, that's all I had.
Ms. Bryant, so you were in the habit at that time when you stabbed your friend of you carried a weapon with you? The knife?
I can't hear you. It's breaking up.
When you stabbed your friend and you were in the habit at that time in your life of carrying a weapon with you?
I had it on my position at the time.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions, so I
I'd like
think
to move for an executive session.
we have a motion for executive session.
I second.
We have a second by Mr. Tillis. Could you call the roll?
Ms. Donaldson?
Yes.
Mr. Freeman?
Yes.
Mr. Prater?
Yes.
Mr. Tillis?
Yes.
Ms. Staples? Yes.
All right, Ms. Bryant, we're going to be in executive session for a few moments. Just hold on to the phone. We'll be right back.
Right back.
Okay.
All right, so Ms. Bryant got 4 votes to deny her application for pardon with restoration of firearms, 1 favorable vote. So the result of today's proceedings is that her application is denied. All right, good afternoon. The Pardon Board is reconvening at 1:57 p.m. on April 7th, 2025. We are now at Rapides Parish. And are you Mr. Ray? You're still on mute. Can you unmute it?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Johnny Ray.
Do you have any staff in there with you?
No, ma'am. No one's here.
So you're by yourself. So, Mr. Ray, what is your DOC number?
597027.
All right. So, Mr. Ray, you're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in 2012 in Allen Parish. You received a 20-year sentence for manslaughter. And then you received a 30-year sentence for obstruction of justice. Those sentences are running concurrently. You have a good time date, which is September 22nd, 2027. You do have a parole eligibility date. However, it's after your good time release date. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us, Mr. Ray, why, what got you in jail? What have you done since you've been in jail? Why are you asking for a commutation of your sentence?
Yes, ma'am. I in jail. I have gone to trade school and gotten an HVAC certification, several HVAC certifications. Also became a vocational mentor over there and was a mentor after that for the STEP program, which is a reentry program. I went to the seminary at Angola and got my bachelor's degree there. And after that, I went to the STEP program, as I was saying, for about a year to be the mentor. And I taught some classes, faith-based classes, and also the moral compass class.
All right. So what did you do to find yourself in prison? What was your crime specifically?
Specifically what happened that night was I went to a bar with my co-defendant, James Chapman. We were invited there the day before by the bartender who said there would be a band the next night. So on that Friday night, we went and we drank beer and shots and played pool. And I was speaking to the bartender, yes, ma'am?
No, I didn't. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, Chastity Durison, and we had made a meet up after the bar closed, and my co-defendant had made plans with another female that I don't remember her name, to meet up after the bar closed. And so as the night went on, I was sitting at the bar talking to, me and James were both at the bar. We're talking to the bartender and we're asking, well, what time do you normally get out of here, you know? And she said, she's like, well, as soon as you guys run everybody out, I can close the bar. Our co-defendant, I guess, took that literally and walked over to a table and asked some people to leave. And they were locals, and anyway, that started an altercation where a knife was drawn by Anthony Snell. And so there was a verbal confrontation, and the owner, Glenn Dyer, asked us to leave, asked everybody to leave. So we left. I was parked in the back, so we went out the back door. And from there, we waited for a minute, and Anthony Snell had passed by and yelled something out the window. And I saw him go down the road about 100 yards and hit his brakes and take a left. And so I'm thinking he's going to come back with a gun. So I picked up the gun out of my vehicle, out of my truck. I was standing in front of it, just in case he came back. And shortly after that, I want to say the victim and her husband, Miss Amanda Davis, and her husband came across the parking lot from their truck over to where I was at, or where me and James were at. And she was yelling about something, about the military and her dad and everything. And I told them just to go on. And so she came and stood next to me on the hood of my truck and kind of ran her fingernails on the hood. And I said, lady, I'd appreciate it if you don't scratch my paint. And about that time, I got hit over the head by her husband, Jerry Davis, with, I'm assuming, a beer bottle over the back of my head. So I was kind of blacked out for a second, I guess, but I was still on my feet. And so when I realized where I wasn't in front of my truck, I was on the passenger side, and I had the gun in my hand with Jerry Davis and James Chapman fighting on the ground next to the truck. And about that time, Miss Davis jumped on my back and started clawing me and what have you. And I knocked her off. I didn't realize it was her. I didn't know who it was. I was just getting attacked from behind. Knocked her off my back and kind of swung the pistol like you would, I guess, a hammer. And I missed her. She was already falling back. She had fell on the ground. I missed her completely. And after gaining a better awareness of the situation, I had realized I needed to put the gun back in the truck. And so I was walking around the front of my truck to go to the driver's side door to put the gun away. But before I made it, she jumped on my back again. And I knocked her off, same thing. I swung, and this time it hit and the gun went off. I mean, my finger had to been on the trigger. It wasn't intentional. It's not what I was trying to do. So the gun went off and shot her. And so at the time, I didn't realize that it did shoot her. I mean, it hit, it was dark. I thought the gun may have shot over her head. And I just yelled at James and said, look, we got to go. And so we got in the truck, and he, finished or broke away from Mr. Davis, and we left. So the obstruction of justice after that was, I had blood all over my shirt from my head wound. And we decided we need to get rid of my shirt and everything that's got blood on it, because if we get pulled over, it looks like really bad, even though it's my blood or whatever. So that was and also threw the gun out, because James kept saying that she's dead, you killed her. And I'm like, man, no, I didn't. I was still not believing that at the time. So, so that was the obstruction of justice. And we we went, I think, to his mom's house and got cleaned up and slept a little while. And in the morning, I checked my messages and I'd had a voicemail from the police department in Oakdale saying that Miss Davis was dead, and at which time I decided I need to turn myself in. So from there, I went and as I was preparing to do that, I talked to my aunt and she called a lawyer. The lawyer talked to him and before I turned myself in, and it went that way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So this afternoon, Mr. Ray, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he had?
How you doing, Mr. Ray?
Mr. Tillis.
Good. Look, when you guys came out of the bar and the guy and his wife left, did y'all throw rocks at him?
No. Mr. Davis, I think, said that he did. I didn't. I've never thrown a rock at a vehicle before. I haven't ever. If Mr. Chapman did, I didn't see him do it. I don't know where that claim came from. I didn't see anybody throw rocks. I didn't throw rocks. And he'd also claimed that the reason he hit me was because I pushed his wife, but I didn't push her. That whole thing, I don't know what that was about, but I didn't push anybody.
Okay, were you guys using drugs that night?
No, sir. We just
you were drinking?
Yes, sir.
Pretty heavy?
I guess, yeah, you could say kind of heavy. Yes, sir.
Okay. How many did you shoot the gun?
Sir?
How many times do you think it went off?
How I think it went off was when I, just from swinging it forward and not realizing my finger was on the trigger. I think the weight of the gun going forward against the trigger, my trigger finger is what I'm thinking how it went off. I may have tried to slow the gun down when I realized I was going to hit it, and she didn't fall all the way down like she did the time before. I don't know. I've been trying to piece that together for years, but I'm pretty sure that it's just swinging the gun with my hand on the trigger, and that abrupt stop is what caused it to go off.
It only went off once? It was only one shot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Good.
Any other questions? So let me ask you just a couple things. How long you been there? You're at Rapides now? How long you been there?
I've been over here since I think December.
So you just got there. What do you do there?
Well, I'm in work release. I work at Hayes Manufacturing.
Oh, right. Okay, so you're a work release. I didn't see that indicated. So generally, when somebody who's incarcerated applies for consideration by this board, usually we would just vote to give them a parole eligibility date, and you already have a parole eligibility date. However, as I mentioned earlier, your good time date precedes the parole date. So what is it that you're asking of this board today?
Well, if it's not possible to get an earlier parole eligibility, can I get a commutation or a lesser sentence than what I currently have?
Okay, so yeah, I understand what you're asking for. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis?
Yes. My vote is to deny because of a strong opposition of law enforcement.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Prater?
Concur.
Mr. Frank?
Yeah, he has a good time date of 9/22/27. My vote is to deny.
My vote is also to deny based on the proximity of the good time date. So, Mr. Ray, today, your application's been denied. We do wish you well. Good luck to you, sir. That concludes our business today. It's 2:10. We're going to adjourn.
Thank you.